his name is John C.
Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. Anything that brain of yours can think of can be found. We've got mountains of content, some better, some worse.
Lurking but have a fun evening.
Who? 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 Who let the dogs out? Who? Get back, Droppy. Welcome, 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 Collie. Collie. Wait, let me just turn that music down a little bit. Collie, thank you so much for being my dude. Thank you so much. Aries, thank you so much to follow. Jimbo, thank you so much for the resub, man. Again, any subs, bits, everything from Twitch in November on this channel goes to Desperate Greekies shelter. And of course, you can donate as well on that side if you wish. But welcome in. So I think I saw, yeah, Collie, Dano, Timmy, Grabby, thanks so much for shouting out Collie, Rich, Todd, I saw Niall in there. Yeah, Niall. Guys, welcome in. And yes, there is now an emote of me eating a pie. If you're sub to snazanometry. Oh my goodness. Let the dogs out. Let the dogs out. Timmy, thank you so much for the £5 donation. Mwah! Thank you so much. I would normally give, in fact, let's give you an extra who let the dogs out. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Timmy, thank you so much for the £5. I really appreciate that. We're at £385 for the month. Amazing. Insane. Absolutely insane. So thank you so much for the donations. Let me just pop on some sort of music while we chat. He's dirtbag. Perfect. Yes, so there is now an emote of me eating a pie. If you didn't see on Twitter, myself and Choopy and Jimbo went to an Aberdeen game, and they were needing people to try out the pies there and get filmed and chat about them. So we did, and I spoke about how it was soft and moist. I could have picked my words a little bit better, but it's fine. It's all good. It was really nice. It was really good. How I feel it's going to be. I think people are going to overuse this emote. But yeah, yes, welcome in. And yes, Hasbla as well. But guys, welcome in. Collie, thank you so much again for the raid. Guys, if you're not aware of what we're doing, we're raising money for a shelter in Greece where we adopted 3 of our 5 dogs that we've got just now. 4 adopted and 1's a foster. So we're raising money for them. They don't have any any sugar daddy benefactor. They just basically use fundraising from people. So that's what we have been doing all month, and we'll be doing to the end of the month. This is the last event stream that we'll be doing, but we will be doing some more streams for the next couple of weeks, 2 weeks. Well, 1.5 weeks, sorry, roughly. 30th November is the last one. So yes. Thank you so much for all your donations so far. I really appreciate that. At 750, so it was originally 1,000, but I've changed it. At 750, I'm going to proper razor shave. I haven't done it for years and years, so I've grown out my beard and my head as well. I normally just clipper it and then take this down a little bit. I'm gonna proper razor shave it, so I'm gonna look like a thumb potentially. So if you want to see me look like a thumb, then please feel free to donate. As I said, you can either do !donate in chat, or you can scan the QR code, which is down that way on your phone, and it'll take you straight to the donation page. And yeah, so clip that. If you're not aware what clip that is, normally what I do is I have streamers on, we show their clips, we have a chat about them and have a laugh, and it's an informal discussion sort of thing around their channel, their streams. It shows off their content. But today we're doing something different. We're doing something dog themed. So we're doing clip that bark one. Did you get it? Instead of part 1, it's bark 1. So I'm gonna have 2 esteemed colleagues, Mr. GotRedOnYou will be going on first, chatting about his dog Mavis, and then we're having Collectiveunit on to chat about his and Gabby's dog Kia, and all the work that Collie and Todd do for respective charities, or things that they need to take into account with reactive dogs, because this is what you see with a lot of dogs that are potential rescues or have had a bit of a rough start to life, is that they may be a bit reactive. So there's a lot of things that they need to take into account. So that is what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be chatting about that. I normally wear a nice swanky, or not swanky, but put on a suit jacket and wear shorts. But all month I've been dressed as Scooby-Doo in a onesie, and I thought for the occasion I had to put on my suit jacket just to look a bit smarter for clip that. Macaulay, thank you so much for the clip. Is Hasbullah staring at me? Is he? Is he looking at me? Yeah, he does look at me, does he? It's like perfect. That's like perfect. It's like perfect. Must be stinking. It's not great. Like, it is not great. I'm not gonna lie. It's not great. It's not great. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you guys can't smell me. Although you can probably see the heat lines coming off of the thing. But yeah, you cannot smell me. So yes, we have quite a lot of things to kind of go through. Let me just quickly make sure we've got all this perfect. Todd, if you're there, we are going to be using the Peach Gang Discord. You are perfect. So if you go into the waiting room, Collie will then be able to move you across to one of them. I'm not quite sure which one, but well, let me just mute myself. Sorry, 2 secs. Mute. There we go. Oh, that didn't work. That was muted. Perfect. So yeah, there we go. Perfect. Excellent. And Todd, if you wait a sec. Let me just. Are you happy enough putting on camera and going on that way as well? Is that okay? Perfect. There he is. There he is. Let me just pop up my other camera so he can see me. This one. You can see me, right?
Hello, mate.
Hello, hello. I'll be 2 seconds, okay?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're fine, yeah. Give it 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Right. So yes, we have Todd here. I'm going to just set up this. What did I say I was going to do this again? Wait, fuck. Discord. Peach Gang. Or twice as I'll turn him down, don't worry. Oh, I just realized that Discord chat is full. So yeah, let's turn him down. Right, let's do this, do this, do that. Todd in here. Move him to the back because we don't want him taking up all the screen. Pop it in there. Does that work? Let's see. Right, let me turn off this and we'll see if Todd can hear. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, there, I've got you.
Ah.
Hello, mate.
Perfect. How's it going?
Yeah, good, mate. Thanks. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Just go try and speak again for me. Just a wee sec.
Good evening. Welcome to Bark That, Part 1.
Close. Clip that
Promo.
bark one, but I'll let you off. Perfect. So I think that sounds better. Chat, if you would, just let me know if that is okay. And we'll take it from there. So Todd, yes, welcome in. You've actually been on Clip That before, haven't you?
Yes, it was it was a good laugh as well because I was like, "There's going to be no clips of me. There's going to be no decent clips." And it was it was brilliant. It was good crack. So I'm looking forward to this one because I know what I'm talking about in this sense.
Perfect. Guys, that sound okay now? I have turned him a little bit. And I can mute him whenever you need me to. Spot on. Perfect. Cool. Excellent.
Not tonight.
So yeah, so Todd, you've sent me pictures and videos of the very wonderful Mavis, and I obviously asked yourself on it. I spoke to yourself about this as well. As like, I know Mavis does have a reactivity to is it dogs or is it people as well that she?
No, just dogs. Just
dogs.
other dogs. Yeah, people. She will go with anybody in terms of people, but it's dogs that she hate. I know. She's a typical bishop lass. No, but dogs wise, she doesn't get on with many at all.
Yeah. So that was kind of part of the reason as well I asked her, because I knew that she had that reactivity. So it was, I thought it would be an interesting chat to have around that as well. And I hope you're okay to chat about that. It's not something that's, I don't know, shameful for you.
No. I go on about it, like, especially on Twitter all the time, and I know like we'll get into it and stuff, but I go on about it all the time about like people who have their dogs off leads and stuff, and we've tried Mavis off a lead and that, but that like it's not my fault that our dog is reactive to other dogs, and other people should be thinking about that from the off. But like I say, I'm sure we'll get into it, and I'll start whinging and ranting at some point.
We'll definitely get into that, and it's something that I will very much whinge and rant with you about. So, do not worry. Right. So you sent me some bits and pieces about Mavis. Let me just see if I can. I don't know the best way to bring them up would be. I can actually skip through them that way. Cool. I've put them all into like a folder, but it just like makes it all kind of random. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I just before we get in, like there was sort of method to the madness of some of the photos in terms of like and videos, like that there's things we can talk about with them, and then other ones I was just like, that's a good photo of Mavis, like that's top level photography skills, and Mavis is obviously doing what she needs to as well. So yeah, there's a mishmash of a lot of different stuff there.
I mean, that's all good. Like the whole point of this, and like I've done with clip that's before, is just to start conversation and stuff. It doesn't have to be a perfect clip. It doesn't have to be a perfect picture. It doesn't have to be a perfect video. It doesn't have to mean anything. It can just be something that starts up a what's the word? Starts up a dialogue.
Dialogue, yeah.
You know what I mean? Absolutely. So yeah. Right. Let me just see. I might actually try it this way. Let's do window capture. Okay. Old pics. Let's see if this works. No, it didn't work. Okay, cool. Awesome. Good. Great start. Okay, what I will just do then is we will actually just go back to screen capture. So I'm just going to have my desktop up, and then I'll bring up photos and stuff as we go along. So these aren't in order. I know you sent me them in order, but they unfortunately aren't in order.
No,
the way
it's more in date order, to be honest. It's more just date order.
Okay, cool. I don't think it's even that, to be fair, but it's fine.
That's fine.
Right, let's go. So the first picture that it did work. Wait, what the hell? Why did that happen now? Weird. It is working now. Okay, strange. Yeah, so the first picture is, well, as you can see here, wee Mavis. So I mean, let's kind of just get into it. First of all, tell us about Mavis then. What's tell us all about her. I know we kind of know a bit about her already, but go for it.
Yeah, just from appearance. So basically, Mavis is she's a Patterjack. Is the official like breed, like the crossbreeding. So she's Patterdale Jack Russell.
Wow.
And she's 5. So we got her when she was 1. And she's 5-year-old, so she'll be coming up 5 in April of next year. Yeah. And basically she was. We went down the rescue route. We went down the a Dogs Trust route after we lost our last dog, and it was we debated about, do we get another dog? Is that something we want? Is that something? And like how quiet the house was and stuff, and it just wasn't the same without a dog. So yeah, we were looking at a dog who'd been like really badly abused and stuff, and rescuing her, and we'd like met her and stuff at the Dogs Trust, all this kind of thing. Anyway, and then JP, my wife's dad, came around and was like, look, I've got a mate who has a lot of dogs in a field, and there's one dog that keeps running out on the road. It's going to get itself killed. Do you want to meet her? And we were like, yeah, bring her around, we'll see what happens. And from there, that was like, she came around once. We had to push her on her back because she never, like, in the sense of some rescue dogs where they're abused or whatever, Mavis wasn't that. It was just that she was left to fend for herself with a load of other dogs, which is where the whole reactionaries come from the like how she is. There was some weird things with food and things that I don't know like how far I want to get into it, but yeah, there's some really strange things with that with her. But yeah, so and we literally were like, yeah, we'll see what she's like, because what push comes to shove, and she doesn't like it here or whatever, but she settled straight away. And yeah, so we've had her for the last 4 year, and she's just been like, I think the pandemic helped
Okay.
in a big way, because it was like 2 years into having her, we were here the whole time, and then JP was able to take it to work and stuff. So we've been lucky in the sense of like how things have landed for us with Mavis. But yeah, so she rules the house essentially. She is the and we've talked about other dogs and stuff, and like you say, we'll get on to the reactionary side of things. But she is the don of the house, and you can tell because she just kind of goes where she wants, does what she wants. Like you can see there, just that's like the cushions behind where I sit on the
Yeah.
sofa. And I was just like, yeah, that's fine. That's where you're at now. So yeah, yeah, that's Mavis.
Amazing. I mean, obviously, like the reactivity side of it, we can get into it kind of now. Then, so I know you said that obviously, where she came from, it was not exactly an abusive sort of background and stuff, but obviously fighting or potentially, trying to get food ahead of other dogs and make sure that it's survival, really, isn't it?
Well, it was a case of, and I'm sure she's a proper little ratter. Like so we've let her off the lead a couple of times on like football fields and stuff, and we've had pure panics where she's just gone. Like she's found a scent, been brilliant, like been good with the recall, and then she finds a scent and she's off, nose to the ground, and you just can't catch her. And both times we found her stuck with her head in a rabbit burrow.
Wow.
And the only reason that we found her is because her tail doesn't have a sense. Dogs' tails wag backwards and forwards. Hers doesn't have a sense of direction, so it literally just has this kind of like sporadic, like just movement all over the place. And all we're like, go, Mavis, where you at? And like, obviously we panic and try not to like show it in our voice, because then Mavis, where you at? And there's just this little dog ass sticking out of all these bushes with this tail going all over. So yeah, I think when she's been on that field, there's two things happening. We know that they were fed by like just putting a load of meat down. So it was just meat was left for them, and they sort of had to get it for themselves, which is like, again, where that reaction comes from. But I reckon that there'd been mice and rats and stuff that she'd have caught, no problem. Because she is like, as soon as she gets a scent, that's it, she's rapid. So yeah, that's where it's come from. And there's like, so when we first got her, obviously we were like full of treats and stuff. And one of the first sort of holidays we went away on, it was just down to it was somewhere down south. Once you get further south than sort of like York, it's all just the south. So I ain't got a clue where we're at.
To be fair, even once you get kind of south past Dumfries kind of way, that's just all the south. You know what I mean? Like,
that's the south.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to say northeast. I have to say northeast England. Yeah, fair. Yeah, we took her there and like full of treats and that. We got these little chewable. Sorry, Rich, I apologize. We got these little chewable like this crocodile thing. She didn't eat it. She just buried it.
All right.
And like, we're not on home soil. She doesn't know where she is, and she's still burying it away from. I don't know if it was from us or whether she thought other dogs were going to come and get it, whatever. But she was really protective over, and she doesn't do that now. As soon as you give her a treat, like she wolfs it down. But like, yeah, for a long time that was a big part of who she was and how she dealt with food and everything like that.
Gosh. So with other dogs, then is it kind of when you're out and about, or is it when there's food involved, or kind of what is it just all the time?
Oh no, just full stop. So she'll a lot of the time she'll bark, and she won't go for them as in bite them, but like there'll be a loud noise and a kind of like a snack. So JP's younger brother has him and his girlfriend have a corgi, and it's and its name is Morris, named after from Shang-Chi, the little round.
Oh yeah,
thing
of course, yeah.
Named after him. And we were like, we need to get them together. We need to get them to meet each other. So we took them to this secure field, and because Mavis has never met him before, she was immediately just like, and she's got better the second time she met him. She has got better, but it's a lot of loud noise. It's a lot of like, showing her teeth and stuff. But yeah, so she doesn't like. we've never given her the chance, to be fair, but I don't think she would attack other dogs.
Yeah.
And when she's off the lead, she's better than when she's on it, because I think she is just protective of us. But yeah, so it's like it's a lot of barking and stuff, and a lot of yeah, just trying to make herself typical Jack Russell, trying to make herself look bigger than she is, trying to make herself, give it the large. And yeah, so that's where not that she's at her worst, but like that's where she reacts the most, and it's we don't really like when we have had a JP's mum has a dog, a little dachshund called Winker, and like it was born with one eye.
Oh, right,
So it's
okay.
Winker. Uh,
I was like,
and they got on. They got on all right. But like we would never put food down at the same time. That would be daft. Like if we give them treats, we'd give them one each at the same time separately, so that they were like occupied and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's mostly like when we're walking her, we'll either, if it's thin paths, take her across to the other side, or just give people a bit of a wide berth. And we do get looks every now and then of like, oh, my dog's not going to hurt your dog. I'm thinking, yeah, but we just don't want our dog to start kicking off and like making her look like a tit when actually she's bloody lovely. Do you know what I mean? That's not.
Absolutely. And again, this is part of the reason that I also want to have yourself on and chat about this side of it, because as having rescue dogs myself, we go through the exact same thing as you guys, and like literally at the point where we've got a jacket and a hoodie that is like emblazoned in fluorescent letters. It just says "Keep dogs away," just because people don't, they only think about their dog. They don't think about everyone else's dog.
Yeah. And I think that's a big thing, because like we know what she's like off the lead. So there's been a couple of dogs when we've walked her down the football field and stuff where she's been absolutely sound with. She'll like play with them and stuff, and then others where she won't. But we'll have that conversation with the owner first.
Yeah.
We're not like just letting her off and go for it, because we know that my worry is that like, because she's a mouth and that's all she is, like she's never going to attack anything, but if she sets herself up to a bigger, more boisterous dog who at first wants to play, that dog could then obviously take it in the wrong way and start like and could do some damage, and that's my worry. But yeah, you're spot on. Like even with those kinds of things, like the jacket and stuff, and now we're not going to get one of them because we're resigned to the fact that we're not going to let her off the lead. Like unless we're at a secure field, which we've got one like literally 2 minutes drive around the corner, we're not going to let her off, because the chance of losing her is really, really high. And when she's in a good environment, a recall's class. Like there's a picture I sent, and I'm sure we'll get, where she's like eating a what's it, and it was we had them in our pocket. We were doing recall with her. She was brilliant, and then 2 days later she couldn't do it. Do you know, it just it's the way it is. But yeah, I don't know if you've how reactive your dogs are, like, but yeah, that's how she is every single time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, our dogs are very active. So Bella, she like, if there's someone, if she's outside the house, like at the front, if we're going in the car or if we're going for a walk, like in the village, there's like a little bit of grass just basically in front of our house. If we walk up there and someone's either walking towards the house or walking past our house, even like sort of behind us, she'll go mental, like absolutely mental, and just hates it. And even like when we introduced the dogs, we had like in our living room, it's like a living room dining room sort of thing, so it's like kind of all sort of open plan sort of thing. We had the living room, and then we had like the dining room side of it like portioned off. This is when we just got Bella, so we just had Orion and Bella, and Orion was literally like jumping over the sofas trying to get to her and stuff, and fighting that. And it's just like, in fact, the first day that we got Bella, we had like, so the dining room has a patio door that goes out the back garden, so we like even fenced off the back garden so at least Bella could go dining room out to the back garden if she wanted to, and Orion could just go out the back door, which is elsewhere, and still have the garden. They could still see each other and blah blah blah. And the first day we got Bella, like they were both up against the fence, like almost face to face, like growling and all that stuff, and we were just like, oh shit, what have we done? Like
yeah
like what have we done?
Yeah.
But they're obviously fine with each other now and stuff like that, and
Yeah,
all five of
and
them can get on
I
and
think,
stuff. So
like I say, with Wincare, because one of the things that when JP, like one of the jobs that she had at first, like one of her early jobs, was JP had to drop Mavis off round at her mum's house, and they'd spend time together, and eventually they were fine with each other, you know, like, because it is that time, and they realised that they're not a threat to each other. I mean, don't get me wrong, Mavis was still very much in charge and wouldn't have, wouldn't have anything else, but it just takes time, and I think you don't have that time when you're walking past somebody, because we're not going to be walking at the same time and stuff, and even though we'll see the same dogs regularly, but we've done some good work and stuff. Well, I say, sorry, the royal we. I've done fuck all. JP has done some amazing work with Mavis on her reactions and stuff. And then I've just kind of like tried to keep that up.
Yeah.
But yeah. So it's a process. It's something that we working towards, and you keep trying. Just keep trying.
Yeah, absolutely. So what sort of things has JP done with Mavis then? Is it like classes and stuff, or what's?
No, so we looked into like it was pre-pandemic. We looked into behavior or whatever, like those, like the behavioral classes and stuff. And after, obviously, when the pandemic hit, it was like, well, we can't be doing that now. So it's just been like trying things out, and whether it's sort of making Mavis stand still. So when dogs are walking past, we'll, very tight, very short lead, keeping her there, keeping her still, making sure that she can still see the dog. Like, we're not standing in the way of her, so she doesn't feel like she needs to protect us or whatever.
Yeah.
But letting her know that how she's reacting isn't good, but also not like we're not scolding her or anything like that. We're just saying like, Mavis, no, calm. Do you know what I mean? Just trying to talk to her like, just the problem with me especially is I'll talk to her like she's a bloody human being, and I'm like, right, Mavis, come on, right, stop being a dickhead. Look, it's just another dog. Like, she doesn't know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I think it's that idea of like, she can hear my voice, she recognizes my voice, like, and that's the calming side of it. But also just like, so there's a dog just down the road from us, and they've done amazing work with that dog, because that was he or she, I don't know what it is, but that dog was brutal. Like, it had to go to JP's mum's dog and stuff. And when we're going past that window, we used to rush past. We used to just try and clash past so that she couldn't have a go. Now we like pull her back and like calm her down and just keep her going, so that she knows that like we're there, and it's like, do you know what I mean? Just keeping her. Because like I say, in terms of classes, I'm sure behavior wise she'd be brilliant, because she does listen, and she's a clever bloody dog. She learns really quickly. But yeah, that's essentially what it's been, is just making sure that she knows we there. She knows that she's like, Zoe's used that insecurity, that she's got that security of us being there, but also that like there's a bit of a, so we don't have like the collar around the neck, like as in she's got a collar. We don't have the lead attached to her neck. We've got it on a harness, so that when we do pull her, it's not any discomfort. It's just that like, with it being a little dog, she pulls back and stuff. So she feels that, and she knows that what she's doing isn't right. And yeah, so that's about it. That's what we've been doing. And like I say, we'll cross the road if needs be, just to kind of get her out of that situation. But it's kind of making a sort of almost confront the situation. It sounds like I'm talking about kids like at work and that, but like confront the situation a little bit, so that she's getting more used to being in those situations, that she's not going to get hurt, that she's not in any sort of threat. Yeah, so that's basically what we've done outside of the house for her being so reactive towards other dogs.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing is, like, like, it's not to say that one thing fits every single dog or fits every single owner. There's different ways that you can deal with it. And I think at the end of the day, your dog better than anyone else knows your dog. You know what I mean? So you can tell what is working, or what is potentially the best sort of way for them going forward. Like we did classes with, in fact, we did 2 sets of classes with Orion, because he was like so reactive and stuff, and that was brilliant for him. And then went with Bella and Kiwi and did like another set of classes, and it was great for them and stuff as well. But then that's not to say that potentially for another dog it won't be the right thing, or or they'll get more from just their owners doing bits and pieces
Same thing.
themselves.
Yeah, and I think I'd rather, especially when classes are very like, I don't know. Again, you can maybe tell me different, but like I've always seen classes as being like quite a sociable thing for the dogs. I don't know if it's like 1-to-1 or anything, but I just think Mavis listens. I mean, listens to JP more than she listens to me,
Yeah.
but listens to us both really, really well. Um, and I just, yeah, I think, like I say, she has changed. She has got a lot better
Yeah.
because before she was just relentless. Do you know what I mean? There
Mhm.
was just no sort, like, no calming her when she was upset and stuff. But yeah, I do think there's been progress. I definitely think there's progress there.
Absolutely, definitely. Good stuff. Right, let's move on to the next picture that you sent me. So, Mavis here doing it's one of her tricks, I'm assuming, yeah.
It- So no, this is what she does to just get attention, essentially.
All right.
So like tonight, um, we try and keep her on a sort of routine. Just obviously, it's best for every
Yeah.
dog. Like we know that. So we try and feed her as close to 5 o'clock as humanly possible. And it was like 4:15. JP's cracking on with the jigsaw. We've got like something on the telly. I'm on the PlayStation stuff. Like just because it's the weekend, we've set it all up downstairs and that. And she sat like that, grunting at us, like not even growling. It's this like weird sort of grunt that she's giving it. Yeah. So when she wants something, not necessarily like begging. Do you know what I mean? It's not like about food.
Mhm.
It's just about her like being almost on our level type thing, like getting up there.
Yeah,
And there is a video of her that I couldn't find. I don't know if I've deleted it. I don't know where it is, and if I can put it on Twitter or whatever, I will. But it basically, she will, like, she reaches when she's doing it to like paw at you.
amazing.
I've been caught in the face. I've been caught down the lug. Like she proper, yeah. So that's her go-to pose for like, why am I not getting the attention that I very clearly deserve, and why am I not getting the things that I need? Yeah.
That's amazing. So is she like basically like sitting but with her arms up? Then is that what?
She's sitting upright, yeah. So
Yeah,
she'll get right, like, yeah, yeah. Sorry, yes. Her backside is on the floor. She
yeah.
will stand up as well. She's quite balanced. She can't walk. I'm not trying to claim that I have a dog who walks on her hind
She's
legs,
a human.
but like, yeah, she just can't up the stairs on both back legs. But yeah, we've got these treats for her. These new ones for Christmas. And like when we get that tin out, she knows, and she'll be on the edge of the couch on her back legs, balancing like to try and get as close to them as possible. So she can get up, but yeah, that's sat on her backside, but with a front end up.
Amazing. So cute. So cute. Right, next one here. So we have a picture here of a professional photo here.
Yes.
Of Mavis.
So I included this just so this was from our wedding in the summer, and like it's quite because she loves people. Like I say, she's so fickle. Like if you came into our house today and took her on a lead, she obviously she'd be a bit upset that she couldn't say this, but she'll go, yeah, absolutely no bother. And one thing that we were concerned about was obviously she had to be on the lead all day. She was there for everything. She was there for the meal. Like that's her sat next to JP's brother
Mhm.
at the wedding. And she was just passed from person to person for the full day. Like, and I was a bit concerned. I kept going up to people like, "Do you want me to take her? Like, I don't want to burden anybody with her type thing." And they're like, "No, it's fine. It's no, like, do you know what I mean?" Because she was just sat, chilled out, loved the attention. We did tell people not to feed her throughout the night. I guarantee
I
plenty
was
of
gonna
people fed her
say,
'cause
I'm sure, I'm sure they took that on. Yeah.
once she's up on her ass and that with her front legs up, like yeah, but she was just like she was peace herself and just kind of didn't. I was expecting the kickoff. I was
Mhm.
expecting her to whatever, but yeah, she just was a big part of the day, which is huge for us because obviously you know she's a big part of our lives. And it just sort of like blended in. I didn't see her like for most of the night. I don't know where the hell she was, but she was either with like with one of JP's friends, or she was with like a couple of my mum absolutely adores her. JP's mum adores her. Do you know what I mean? So like, she was just passed from pillar to post.
Amazing.
happy for it. Do you know what I mean? She didn't have a problem for it. So
So
yeah.
was she like actual part of your wedding, or was it just like she was kind of there, or what was?
Yeah, she was just there.
Okay.
Like we talked about we talked about, like, I know some people get it to be like get dogs to be like ring bearers or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, yeah.
Which would have been cute. And one of the lads, when I was when I was sorting out sort of best men and
Yeah.
groomsmen and all that kind of thing, and I'd said like, right, my mate Danny's gonna be my best man, and one of the lads said, uh, that fucking prick better not take the duties away from Mavis. I was like, there was never any duties agreed for Mavis. That was never something that was, yeah. So we'd never, like, she was just there for the day, and it was a case of, even if if the venue wasn't dog friendly,
Yeah.
it, it was, who would we leave her with? Because everybody who we would trust her with was there on the day.
Yeah.
So it was almost a necessity as well. But she did have her own little, I think you can see it there, like her own little flower thing
Yeah.
on the.
I was gonna
like,
ask what that is.
you know,
I'm assuming it's
it was just some little, like,
this thing's here, right?
it was, yeah. So it
A
was
little
like
hairy chest.
the same flowers that were yeah, the same flowers that were on like our buttonholes and all that kind of stuff. It was that, but yeah. So she got like an absolute queen through the day, and just had a belt of time. As far as I'm aware, I didn't see her. They were like, literally, it was a case of, can we get more Mavis for the photos? So we went into the woods at one point, like behind the venue, for some like scenic shots, I suppose you'd call them.
Yeah.
And it was like, can somebody get Mavis? So we're like, yeah, can somebody go and find the police? So yeah, she just she was passed from pillar to post, and everybody just seemed to have a good time with her. Because like I say, she's very easy going with people. She'll interact with anybody.
Sorry, I've got a visitor here. Let me just get. Ugh. Oh God, what's the wrong one? Ugh.
Oh, I was going to say, wait.
Sophie's here. Sorry.
Sophie knew what we're talking about.
I don't know if I did here. Ugh. Sophie, who's this? Sophie, everyone's here. Yay! Yay! Sorry, I'm taking away from Mavis. Shouldn't be doing that.
You are? No, get her on, get her on. It's all of the dogs. It's not just like
exactly.
Mavis hour.
Yeah. There she goes. Perfect. So yes, so Mavis. So let's move on to the next one here. We have her eating sweet corn on the cob.
Corn on the cob. So we don't let her eat actual corn on the cob. Again, me nan, right? Me nan used to have dogs, and that woman would feed the dogs anything. Like, she was, do you know what I mean? Like, any leftovers, she would just hoy the plate down, and that'd be it. Like, I'm paranoid that anything's, like, if something, I know, like, things are really toxic for dogs and all that kind of thing. And I'd read that sweet corn's not good for the digestive system or whatever. So I eat the full corn on the cob. There is literally no corn left on the cob. And she just goes white, but nibbles it. She won't bite the full thing. She just goes for the taste of it or whatever. So she gets excited with KFC, McDonald's, whenever that comes in the house. Like, just the smell of it. She's there, do you know what I mean? But yeah, so we have to get corn on the cob, even if I don't fancy it. I have to get it. I have to finish it just so she can go at it.
Have you ever got one and had to and just got rid of the sweet corn and gave her?
Bit of a
like
that, because because she doesn't know. Do you know what I mean? If I sling that KFC out, she's never gonna know, but I'd know. And that's
of
the
course.
thing. Like, I'd be like, I'm a bastard for not letting me dog eat a bit of corn on the cob. But yeah, because in terms of a diet, we're really careful. Like, at one point, the vet had told us that she was overweight, despite the fact that they hadn't weighed her. Which, for me, we didn't go to that vet again. They were useless. But we were like, who are you talking to, calling my dog fat? Like, walking out, absolutely raging. But yeah, we've always been really careful with the diet and stuff. And obviously things like that, treats when we have treats type thing. But yeah, so she enjoys a corn on the cob. Loves. I know I talked to Gabby and Collie about Primula. Primula cheese when we were trying to do the recall training. She loved, but then the problem was, so did I. Do you know what I mean? So like when we're walking about and that, I'm like, one for you, a little bit for me. Yeah.
So was there a reason for kind of being more careful with her diet and stuff then? Was it just purely because it said she's overweight,
No,
or just
just we didn't want it to be unhealthy. We
Aye.
didn't want it to sort of like, you know, like I say, I come from a family where my nan was like, my nan's dogs were like rotund, and it didn't matter. Like it came from a place of love. Like, do you know what I mean? It
Oh,
came
yeah.
from a place of she just wanted to like treat the dogs or whatever. And I think her dogs would have probably lived a longer life if they'd have lived with somebody else. Um, and again, not having a slant at the woman, because like I say, she loved the dogs and she probably loved the dogs more than she did her grandkids. But like, you know, yeah. So I just think we wanted to be careful with her and not wanting anybody to like, we're not wanting her to be unhealthy. Do you know?
Mhm.
Because she's a sprightly little thing. She doesn't half shift. Sorry, is that gone blurry?
It's good.
Are we better there?
Fine, be fine.
Yeah. So yeah, she's yeah, grandkids, especially when your grandkids are like me. But yeah, she's an active little thing, and I don't want to ruin that. Do you know what I
Mhm.
mean? I don't want to sort of yeah, balls it up. So yeah,
We're not
yeah,
here to see you,
that's
Todd. Yeah, exactly.
you can cover me over.
Right, so the next picture of Mavis we have here is her at the beach with a long line. Is that kind of how you normally walk her, or
No, so we went from one of those retractable things,
yeah,
like with the click on it, to just a straight like short rope lead. I don't know what it's like a proper lead,
like a
but I don't know what
fixed
you
lead?
call it. But
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just like yeah, fixed lead. That's the phrase. So we just tried this long lead out when we went to the beach because obviously we can't let her off, but then she wants to leg it about.
Mhm.
Do you know? She wants to have a proper run. So we got this long lead for it, and she just had the best time. Excuse me. She was having just legging it from me to JP. So we're doing the recall training,
Mhm.
but she was still on the lead.
Yeah,
You know, it was a big bonus, and then it also meant she could explore the water a little bit. I don't know if did I send you the video over at the edge of the. I don't know. I saw it. I don't know if I sent it, but like she's scared of things that she doesn't understand, and she
Mhm.
doesn't know a lot because of living on that field for like a formative year or whatever. So like it was good for her to be able to like have a leg away to the water without us and
yeah,
without like us standing on the edge or not wanting to go in. And I think, as far as I remember, that was the time where she went right in, like not swimming, but was in the water. And I think it was just because she had that freedom to kind of, she wasn't getting pulled back by the lead by accident or
yeah.
like, you know, tempted by the fact that I can't run as quick as she can, or like it was just a case of she was off and away. And it felt like she had that bit of freedom that she would at the secure field.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think one of the things as well with dogs and being walked on a lead and stuff, like, well, first of all, some people say dogs need to be off lead and stuff. I certainly don't buy into that because we're the same as yourself. If we let any of our dogs off lead anywhere and something spooked them, especially like Daisy and that, they'd be gone. There would be nothing that we could do about
Yeah.
it. But I think sometimes when they are on lead, if it's a stressful situation and you get stressed yourself, they feel it like almost through the lead. It's almost like a transfer of so I
Hmm.
think with long lines like that, as you said, maybe just the fact that she didn't have any sort of like like any sort of pull or pressure or anything,
Pull
like,
back. Yeah.
yeah, just
And
maybe
and
give her
we've
that.
still got that control of her.
Yeah.
Because like, you know, as soon as like, so there's this woman there who we've seen her twice at the same beach,
Mhm.
and she's a dickhead. And I can't remember what I'm not a very confrontational person, and I try to sort of, if I can deal with things politely, I
Mhm.
will.
Yeah.
Um, and her dog had a go at Mavis when I was like, "Can you get your dog? Can you move your dog away?" I was being, and I think I could. I think I called her a name. Let's just say that I called her a name, and I wasn't very happy about it. And then she was there again, and I was like, "I'm sure that's that woman. I'm sure
Yeah.
that's that bitch who." Anyway, so on that long lead, I just like got hold, like sort of let the lead loose in that hand,
Yeah.
and just started like pulling it like that,
Yeah.
you know, to get rid of the slack, and then pulled her in. So it's not as if she's under any less control.
Yeah.
It's not as if, you know, I'm concerned about that, and then she can just have a good time.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I think dogs should be allowed to have time off their leads and stuff, whether that's in the house or in the garden, in a secure field, whatever. But I think if you're walking your dog and there's any chance of another dog being there, they should be on a lead. Like, you know, not to mention the people who let the dog shit everywhere. And like, when you're like, you'll see them walking ahead of their dog. Like, your dog, you know, anyway. This is personal crisis. Not what we're here for. But like, I just think like it's, you know, for dogs like Mavis, where she could be doing really well with that reaction training, and then all of a sudden one dog can fuck that up for somebody, and it's like, well, that you've ruined what we've been Yeah.
And I think
don't want to rant. Don't want to.
No, that's absolutely fine. I think again that's where like the selfishness comes into it, where people just don't think of anyone else apart from themselves and their dogs. But yeah, no, certainly I think that if your dog, I would say, to be fair, if your dog has 100% recall, which very little dogs do, then absolutely they shouldn't be off lead whatsoever. As you say, apart from like a secure field, there's dog parks popping up around us and stuff like that as well. So, and it's you know, you're like, what, £7 for an hour or something like that, and it's like,
well, and if you go to those dog parks, and again, we don't have any round here. But if you take a dog where you know there's going to be dogs off the lead, I think that's a different. Like, if it's a dog park where you let them off, then you're going there knowing that risk. You're you know. But yeah, like you say, I think we pay a tenner for that one up there.
Yeah.
And what, for once a week, once every 2 weeks, maybe, depending on like how busy we are or whatever. It's nothing to make sure that, like, you know, she gets a good time, but also you're not putting her and your other dog at risk. So I don't.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people as well kind of get so obsessed over the fact that if their dog needs to be running about and blah blah blah. I think there's quite a lot of times that they neglect the kind of mental things that you can do. You can tire a dog out by, like, you know, playing certain games and stuff with them and doing training with them and stuff like that as well, and that's just as effective and just as you know, good for them as just as running for 20 minutes, half an hour.
Well, we obviously, like, with Mavis being a small dog, we take her out for a decent length walk once a day. But there'll be some nights, like, she's scared shitless when it's raining and like really windy, like in those. So we're not going to take her out in that, because A, she's not going to enjoy it. B, it becomes difficult to like kind of control her because she's scared of the wind that she can't see and can't get away from. So, like, you know, like, you just give her that little bit more attention in the house, and she's knackered by the end of the night because you're running backwards and forwards up and down the kitchen. Like, you know, she's just, they're not difficult to sort of entertain by any stretch of the imagination. Like you say now, with things like, we haven't got one because I don't think she'd appreciate it or use it, but those Kong toys where you can like put treats in, and they'll be on with them for, you know, there's dogs who'll be on with them for ages. So yeah, I do think there is other ways.
Yeah, it's pretty much that's the way I feel about it anyway. Pretty much. As I say, there's going to be a small amount of dogs that that have 100% recall. So if your dog doesn't, and there's going to be other dogs, as I said, there's going to be other dogs kicking about, then yeah, absolutely, your dog should be on a lead. Absolutely. Again, you know, that's my opinion on it. Your opinion would be different and stuff.
Because again, you're like, let's say, for example, like Sophie, for example. Sophie could be the nicest dog in the world, gets on with every other dog, but then like and has good to okay recall. But you don't know about my dog, and if you know, if she gets near Mavis, Mavis is vicious, like, not even just noise, but like, I think, and like, it goes back to that selfish side of things where it's like, I think that's the best way to put it. Like, because then it's like, you don't know about the other dog, you don't know what it's coming towards, you don't know what it's getting itself into.
I mean, to be fair, to give benefit of doubt, it might be just pure ignorance, like not having had that side of it, or not having had to deal with a dog with that reactivity or that sort of thing. But I think these days, like, it's such a universal thing that, you know, that these days dogs don't just go up to each other and talk to each other. Do you know? So it could be, I suppose it could be ignorance, but I think 99% of the time it is selfishness. In my experience, anyway, and in my eyes, from what I've seen and what we've had happen to us on
And
walks.
if it is ignorance, then then again it's a level of selfishness, because I'm sorry, it's a case of, if you getting a dog, you need to start like, you need to learn, you need to understand.
Yeah.
I've always liked dogs. I've always, but Penny, which was the dog we had before Mavis, was JP's dog
Mm.
from there, like from when we moved. So I moved into JP's mum and dad's, and then we moved in together and brought Penny with us.
Yeah.
Penny's my first dog. You know, like my nan's had them and stuff, but I didn't know. I've had to learn shit. I've had to figure stuff out. So other people should as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that, Snaz. I'm not saying that more dogs are friendly in the 90s. What I'm saying is like, and I definitely wasn't born in the 80s. So, but what I mean is that these days, like, Sophie's playing the Mabel now. I think these days it's a lot more out there and a lot more understood by people that not all dogs are friendly or happy having another dog in their face.
But I think it's like everything, though. It's like the fireworks thing. People are like, oh, well, 20 years ago, people weren't complaining about dogs scared of being scared of fireworks. People were complaining about it. People did have a problem with it. The difference was we didn't have like Twitter and Facebook and all that shit to be able to like voice those issues with everybody there. So I think it's more a case of like, now that people know about it and you can see it more frequently. I do like the idea, though, that dogs were more mellow 20 years ago.
Yeah, well, they were all in eckies, weren't they? So they just wanted to dance and drink water.
Spaced
Glow
out.
sticks.
You can tell I've never done drugs. This is me on an eckie.
Sorry, Sophie's playing with Mabel. They've got such a good bond, like ridiculous.
So, what order did you get? Just while you're showing us, what order did you get your dogs in?
So we got Orion first, then we got Bella, then we got so Daisy was being adopted by us, and Kiwi was her sibling / has been with her like since she was found in Greece. So Kiwi was going to be coming over anyway, and they couldn't find an adopter for her. So basically, they were going to split them up and put her in a foster in like Birmingham City Centre. And we were like, there's no point doing that. Just like give her to us. We'll take her on as a foster until you find or someone, a better home comes up for her. So that obviously didn't happen, and we just kept her. So that was Kiwi. And then we got Mabel, and now Sophie is here as a foster. Foster. Wow. I swear, as a foster. I swear. Thing is, with Sophie, there's a lot to Sophie than just dog. Like, because she's obviously got like, I don't know if I've kind of said before that she was well, actually I've got videos and stuff that I'll show of her later. But she was hit as a puppy on the streets of Cairo in Egypt, and left for a couple of days with a broken tail and broken pelvis. So that's not healed properly because it was a couple of days and she didn't get that nutrition that she needed for those couple of days. So when she was taken in, like her back legs and stuff are not great. And in fact, we were at physiotherapy for the first time with her today. She got like pictures taken, like infrared pictures and stuff. So it looks like it's potential like one of her front legs and also her two back legs aren't working the way they should. We think it's nerve damage, so it's going to be a lifelong thing. With lots of different things that we have to take into account. So it's like it's not as simple as with Kiwi. It was just a case of taking her in with Daisy, and they were a bonded pair pretty much anyway. Like, and they had relatively nothing wrong with them. Sophie, it's going to be like a lifelong thing of medication and physiotherapy. Surgery. Yeah, exactly. So we've got to take all that into account as well. Just now, the charity Miracles Mission are great. They're paying for everything because she's a foster. But
then if you adopt her,
yeah, if we then adopt her, it's like, can we afford that? Like, it's going to be thousands, sort of thing. So yeah, so that is to answer your question. That is the order that we got our dogs in.
The order.
Yeah,
it's just to see like when you're talking about like Mabel and Sophie having a bond, and it's like, right, so hang on, is that like something that's like Yeah, it's just interesting that you can introduce dogs into the house, and like you say, yeah, you've had to put that fence up between two, and then two have a bond. It's just, I'd love to be able to do it. I'd love to be able to, but
We've
it's not gonna happen.
so going from we've always said this, going from 1 to 2 is the hardest. Like that is the hardest step. 2 plus piece of piss. Like it's so easy. You just have to have patience. It just takes time. That's all it is. Okay, sorry. I said it's easy. It's not easy. It's easier than going 1 to 2. Yeah. But certainly with Sophie and Mabel, like Sophie wants to play. The other dogs don't really play as much. Mabel kind of like paws at her and that sort of thing as well. So she takes its place. So they kind of have built that bond on that basically. But yeah, it's weird. Like Mabel's been so good for all the dogs. Well, especially Daisy. I'll kind of get into some more detail, but Daisy for a year or 7 months I've had her wouldn't leave her bed because she was so scared.
Right.
We got Mabel because again I've kind of spoken about it before, but Mabel was found at Zoe's work in a yard. He was just like there, so she took him home. Again, we took him in. We were like, yeah, we're gonna give him to someone else. We know people who like cats and all that sort of stuff. And first day I picked him up, I was like, yeah, we're keeping him. But then he actually Daisy started following him about the house and coming upstairs and coming out of bed and all that sort of stuff as well. So we're like, we can't really, take that away from her as well. So yeah, that was
It's hard to.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of just happened with that, and that's made things easier, of course. But yeah, that's kind of right. So let's go on to the next picture of Mavis here. So this is her with a pig, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize it had the 1 year ago thing. Sorry, I didn't realize it was a screenshot. So this is the secure field.
Okay.
It's next to a farm. And it's just weird that like she's so reactive to other dogs, and to me, like for somebody an animal who doesn't understand, despite living in a house with carrier bags for 4 years, still can't understand what a carrier bag is and is still scared shitless of a carrier bag, but can tell the difference between a dog and a pig.
Yeah.
Well, I assume she can anyway because she's not.
She
doesn't react to them.
Yeah.
She's not barking her head off at it, and she will just go over and like say. I think she's still got a hat. Oh, so that must have been as we're either entering or leaving the secure field because she's still got a lead on.
Oh yeah.
But when she's let off around the secure field, she's absolutely fine. She'll run up to the fence. She'll have a bit sniff. And then she'll run back off again. So yeah, I just thought it's. I mean, it's a nice picture anyway because she does the same with. I sent the picture of the cows for the competition.
Yes. Yeah.
She again, she recognizes. She doesn't recognize which cow is which, I'm sure, but like she knows that they're not a threat. She knows that they're not dogs. She'll go up and have a bit sniff. Yeah, it's just it's so strange to me that like she can make such a she can distinguish so much between certain things and not others.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's the pig's like sort of manner because the pig will come up and like want like scratches and off us. It'll sit there and let you like stroke it and stuff. It's the strangest little creature. The one next to it isn't as friendly. But yeah, I don't know if it's the manner or what, but she just like loves the pigs, loves the cows.
Amazing. Snez, thank you so much for the £5.69. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. Funny number. So Todd, you said there about this is a kind of segue, almost self-promotion. You know that I'm the master of this, but you said about the competition that you entered Mavis into. That was actually the DG Dog Show. So it's a Desperate Greekies dog show that my wife runs every summer, pretty much on Instagram. So it's essentially an online dog show with amazing prizes. And did Mavis win one? I think. Did she come?
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
She did it, but to be fair, like the dogs that were involved, like it was class. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't as if it was some, little sort of dinky operation between like 2 or 3 dogs or whatever. Like it was, like just in case people haven't seen it, it was like a proper. It was brilliant to see. It was class.
Yeah, I mean, it's so again, all the money raised from that goes towards Desperate Greekies. Zoe even like the prizes like first, second, third on each category. Yeah, Zoe didn't judge the category, so she's not responsible. She
Oh,
says
it's
so.
alright. Like I say, it was meant to see like just to see it happening. Do you know what I mean? It was class to see.
Yeah, it's awesome, and yeah. So if you don't, Zoe, I don't know, you do have a you are a mod, so if you want to post a link for DG Dog Show Instagram in there, it's all done over Instagram. So if you want to follow it, and next year you can obviously enter your dog, and yeah, as I say, there's heaps of stuff that goes on about it. The prizes that come out, Zoe pretty much pays for them as well. So it's like, or like, she takes money out of our pockets to sort out the deliveries and all that sort of things, and she sorts everything out herself. So it's I think she raised like £1,400 or something like that. Went straight to Desperate Greekies like over the summer or something. It was something stupid like that, like ridiculous. And it's it's amazing. So no, I didn't. I was double checking. I was double checking. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm giving Mavis all the screen time on a very prominent Twitch channel. So I mean,
Full of, yeah.
this makes up
This
for
is
it,
the
doesn't
promo
it?
that you need.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So the next picture of Mavis here, we've got her eating a, what's it? A knick-knack?
That is a what's it. So
What's
yeah, that was when we did the recall training. That
Right.
was where we were we were really pushing with it in just a normal field. That is just some bog standard sort of like field round the corner type thing.
A Northeast England field.
Yeah, a Northeast England field. That's exactly
Yeah.
what it was. But yeah, so we were we were just training backwards and forwards, and we're trying to find different things. And she she loves what's it. And again, she doesn't get them all the time. This isn't. Please don't be. People be ringing the RSPCA or whatever. She literally it was a case of what can we give her that she's gonna like
Love.
absolutely recall for, and what's it and Primula cheese are the ones.
Too. Percy, thank you so much for the tenner. Dude, you've already donated. I really appreciate that though. Thank you so much, man. Mwah! Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it, man. Very, 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 very kind of you. So we're up past £400 now. £400, 69 pence. So we're only £350 away from me shaving, like razor shaving my head and my beard, looking like a thumb. Just like it'll be so if I do that, I'll do it on the 30th, and then I'm in the office on the 17th of December. So I hope it would grow back by then, but I don't know. We'll see.
Has it been a while since you've gone full?
I've never done it. So like my beard, when I had hair, I think last time I would have shaved like properly shaved would have been about 10 years ago. About 10 years ago.
Jeez, all right.
And then my head, like I've just ever since I stopped caring about my head, I just like zero it. So it's still like a little bit on there that I can feel and stuff, but it'll be a proper razor job, like
gone.
Yeah. So
wow.
I don't want to do it, but I also do because it would mean 750 quid raised for Desperate Greekies. So
balances out.
Exactly. But
yeah,
enough about me. Yeah, Zoe says nothing wrong with occasional what's it.
Occasional what? No, there's not. There's not. And like I'll be honest, even when it's not recall training, like if I'm having what's it, how would you say no to that dog? Do you know what I mean? Like,
especially
again,
if she's
not getting what's it. Shh.
Yeah,
she's not having a packet with us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. You're not giving her like a grab bag, a share bag of what's it or anything.
There you go. You get cracked into that. Go on, enjoy yourself. It's a Saturday. Fuck it. Why
not? Oh god. So you said that's just a standard field where you did the recall training and stuff. So I mean, how do you go about the recall training then? What kind of is your sort of what do you do?
How we went about it, because again, it wasn't like we YouTubed anything. It wasn't as if we looked at a guide for it. We just kind of went off instinct, and it was a case of still on the lead. We were like obviously close enough. This was when we had the retractable lead. Close enough so that we, she was still on there. And then let her off, and we were just sort of getting, we would say be like, I don't know, 8 feet away from each other, and then just slowly but surely push out and out and out until we were further and further away. But it's not the thing with it was that it was going from me to JP back to me. It wasn't that we were
Yeah.
letting Mavis leg it all over the
Yeah,
place
yeah.
and then going right back, because again, do we want to risk that? But when we were doing that level of training with her, she was brilliant. She was class. But I think that's because it was a massive field that was only inhabited by sheep. So she wasn't picking scents up of like rats or mice or whatever. But yeah, so yeah, it was something that we did quite regularly for a while, and then I think I got spooked. It was JP was like, "Oh, let's keep trying it," and I just got proper spooked about it. Like
Yeah.
when she got off and legged it. So I was being a fanny about it and just being like, nah. And then when we did, she was absolutely brilliant. In that field. And then that was the field that we got told, like, because then they put the sheep and the lambs and stuff in, and
Oh,
he said
okay.
that we couldn't let the dog off the lead. And we were like, well, literally. We're just here to here, and they weren't having it. So, but yeah, but now we found the secure field. We don't feel as bad anymore. Like we don't feel as if, because I think one of the things that we did worry about was, letting her, letting her off, not letting her off, and not having that freedom. Where now we don't feel as bad because we've got an option where we can do that. So
Yeah, because in England, I believe you can't just walk in fields, can you? You have to get like permission and stuff, right?
there's certain fields and this has a public footpath running through it,
Right.
but it's still private land. I think is
Okay.
I don't know the ins and outs of it, but essentially he wasn't happy that we had our dog off the lead type thing, so it was something that we had to stop. But
As well, because in Scotland, like we can literally walk anywhere. Like there's literally, I think it is literally called the walk anywhere law. So as long as you as long as you leave it as you found it, then you can go wherever you want. Like we literally go in the farmer fields unless there's like crops and stuff growing, and they shut their gate and that sort of thing. But yeah, we can literally go wherever we want. It's amazing. It's so good. Like even this morning, like there's a field behind a massive field that I think they're going to build a house on it actually. But we walked in that this morning at 6 o'clock, and it's just amazing. It's so good.
Yeah, well, hopefully we where we moving to, there's like a lot of just not owned fields, just fields for days. It is essentially bumfuck nowhere. Do you know what I mean? It is like it's one of those things where if it's snowing, I'll be lucky to get into work. I'm putting that on record now. But yeah.
Oh, it's snowing where we are. Sorry.
Like, he said that back in November, so you must mean it. But yeah, the beauty of it is among other things, is obviously that there'll be loads of different places to walk and nice places as well, not just streets with cars blasting past every few minutes.
Absolutely. Okay, so the next picture of Mavis. This is the one that's actually the emote, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Just literally fell asleep like that. Was laid like again, me being the funny that I was like a little bit sort of concerned. I was like, "What's happened to her? Is she all right?" And she's just there like sleeping away, teeth out, arms up. Yes, which then inspired obviously the good emote as well. But yeah, so it was the weirdest experience. She's never done it since. She does it every now and then with one paw, a little bit, but she's never had full on. Like I was crying, like I couldn't move. It just this, and the teeth make it like just like she's proper deep sleep. Like, but yeah, just
that kind of looks like her eye as well. I think it's one of the flowers, like.
Strangest little creature. Oh yeah. She is a little little weirdo, and and it's quirks like that we keep seeing, and like that is just just the strangest strange thing. But yeah, I just thought that was especially with the emote, but like weird little dog. Class. Wouldn't have a bad word said about a strange little dog.
So this might be a personal question, so you don't have to answer it. Does she sleep in the bed with you guys, or?
Oh, yes, I have no issue. Like I have no issue like telling people about this. I think I've uploaded a photo quite recently to Twitter actually of her. So it started off that we said like she can be on the bed, that kind of thing. Because for me, and again, this isn't a dig at anybody. This is personal, house to house or whatever, and this isn't. But for me, in our house, or for us in our house, I couldn't imagine not having her up on the sofa.
Mhm.
I couldn't imagine not having her up at least on the bed. But now what will happen is JP will literally go. The phrase is, "Are you getting in?" And Mavis will come up the bed and like she like curls, like walks round and curls round so that she's laid. So if JP's laid like that, Mavis is laid next to her, and the quilt goes up, and and Fat Lad here, the biggest being in the bed, has about 6 inches of space to sort of lie on my side. Because Mavis will lie like that, but
Mhm.
on a side with her legs stretched right out. So then I'm left with bugger all. But yeah, it was a thing where we're like, she's not getting in the bed. She's not getting in the bed. But like again, we make sure that we're like we hoover it and stuff because it's not nice having to sleep in a dog hairy bed because she's got her own bed literally. And what she'll do is we don't like she'll just take herself away.
Mhm.
So once she's sick, once she's fed up, or once she's too warm, she'll just take herself down and go and sleep in her bed. But like I said, she got the run of the house.
Yeah.
The one thing that we do, I'll just quickly turn my camera around, is our stairs are a death trap. So like because we've got the spiral staircase and we put it in ourselves,
Mhm.
it's literally a hole in the floor down to the living room.
Yeah.
So what we do is if we leave her in the house if we nip out or whatever, or if we're downstairs and we have no intention of coming upstairs, we've got like a big picture that we'll put on the stairs to stop
Mhm.
her from getting up, just so that she's not like wandering about or whatever, and there's no sort of risk to her. But yeah, other than that, if she has her own chair downstairs, that she uses frequently,
Yeah.
and infrequently. Bed downstairs, bed upstairs. It goes where she wants, does what she wants.
So can she go up
And
the stairs then
and
herself, or?
oh, she can come. Yeah, she climbs up the stairs.
Mhm.
Absolutely no about that. I think I get mixed up. Um, at one point we carried her down the stairs.
Mhm.
She could get up and really struggle getting down them. Now she's up and down them as she please, like at her own will type thing, and she'll follow. If JP goes downstairs, she'll go straight down with her.
Yeah.
So yeah, she has the run of the house literally.
Amazing. Right. The next picture we have here is Mabel. Mabel? Sorry, it's not my cat. Mavis eating a Grinch slipper, I assume.
So again, just thought it was good for. These were JP's Christmas slippers a couple of years back, and she loves socks. You can't leave socks anywhere, because that dog will tear them to bits. And because they had that little bit of extra like flick on the front for the
Mhm.
Grinch, she just got hold of them, and that was it. Like she didn't destroy them. We got her off them, but she was obsessed with them. She was obsessed with
Really?
them for the longest time. So yeah, she's really good. Like we've never had a problem with her chewing stuff. We've never had to train her not to like. We didn't even have to toilet train her, which was fortunate for us. Because I think because she'd lived outside, she didn't want to do stuff inside. But yeah, so yeah, she doesn't chew anything. She doesn't tear things to bits. I think she saw this as more of a toy than anything else because it was
Yeah.
fluffy like her toys are. So yeah, decided to try and nick it off JP's foot.
Amazing. So, like, you said that she loves socks and stuff like that. Does she normally take socks off feet, or is it just because of these ones have
No,
a
no, no.
little?
Just them ones. So
Yeah.
like, if I'm getting ready or whatever, and she's sat on the bed, and I put my socks on the bed, she'll like edge towards them to try and nick them, and I have to make sure that she's not. But yeah, she wouldn't normally like just if somebody's in the house just come round. And to be fair, JP's like a work ticket in general,
Mm.
like not just with Mavis, but like, and I think she'll have been taking the piss.
Right.
I can't remember specifically, but I genuinely think JP will be like, "Hey, yeah," and then obviously she's, you know, paid the consequences of getting the slippers nicked. But yeah, so yeah, she doesn't like nick them off people's feet. If anybody ever comes around to our house, please don't worry about your socks. They will be fine. I promise.
Right, I'll move on to the next picture. So yeah, Mavis, you told me this was an older picture of her, is it, with short hair?
So yeah, this is the earliest photo that I could find, and it was at Christmas, the first Christmas we had her. I haven't. There's a photo of me where she's got like a paw on my shoulder. I didn't supply it because honestly I look like house end. But yeah, it's just weird that these are the same. I look at that photo and I can't believe that it's the same dog.
Mm.
Like it just seems strange that there's no beard. The trademark beard, you know, she's not a scruff in this photo.
Yeah.
Where like you know, it doesn't work that they're the same dog.
So how long you had
Same
her for there
temperament.
then?
So that'll have been, we got her in the April, and that's at Christmas. So you know, you're talking a matter of sort of 8 months.
Mm.
Maths is not my strong suit, but yeah, a matter of 8 months. We sat playing Monopoly, and she would not let us just have a game of Monopoly without trying to get involved in some way, shape, or form. So, like I said, there's a picture there where like JP sat on her own chair, and Mavis is up on a knee, and then like there's another one where I'm sat at this end of the couch, and she sat paws on my shoulder, sat up on a back end. Yeah.
Amazing. What a key. Right, I think we're on to videos now. So, I don't know. Is there like volume to these? I think there is, isn't there?
There's no need for sound. Like she cries a bit at the end, like she has a bit of a grumble. But essentially, all this is like, I just like included this because this dog is still learning. This video was taken like 6 weeks ago. We've had the same, like we've had that washing machine longer than we've had Mavis. That washing machine has done the same thing that it has for the last however long. And it was only 6 weeks ago. I think JP had put like some trainers in or something, so it was making a little bit of a louder noise, and she was like obsessed with it. Like was just couldn't take her eyes off it type thing. So yeah,
I'll give it a play and see. I'll put volume on. I don't know if that's gonna. Very intrigued. You can tell from like the noise, can you? It's a bit different than you hear like knocking sort of things. So that's obviously something. That's triggered something.
Like, and she is for a confident dog and a dog that's scared of no other dog and scared of no person. She's a little shitty ass. Do you know what I mean? Like when it comes to stuff like that, like her crying then backing off. Like it's like I don't know, you don't see it from her. But like I say, she's still learning about these things that like, you know, like it's not quiet. That washing machine isn't quiet. You can't really see from here, but there's like a tea towel lodged in between. The washing machine and the thing. So to stop it from making as much noise, like stop it moving. But like, it's still a noisy washing machine. Do you know what I mean? You can hear it, and I think, like you say, just because of that knocking, she is just a little shitty ass. That's what she is from time to time.
Right, we'll pop it in the next video here. Sorry, I'll put the volume as well. It's a bit different. It might double audio when you talk, but it's fine.
So basically, this is one of the tricks that we've, again, the royal we, the JP has taught her, and it's when we first tried to like get her to tap on things or to like, she does a paw, no bother, she's absolutely fine, but like wouldn't tap the box, and we'd seen like other dogs do it, and we were like, right, this is something that we're gonna. So yeah, it's been now. So these are her sleep treats. They're these lavender and something Lily's dog treats. I don't know what they are, but they're meant to like soothe dogs before they go to sleep. I don't know how, like we did see a difference because she wasn't sleeping well for a while. And then the problem is there's like the rustling of the bag and stuff, and she panics and that. So now what we do is we put them in that box, and she gives it a little tap when she wants one. And then we've got this big tin downstairs. She does the same thing with that now. So I think that's another trick that she's learned, and it'll be our detriment, because I'm telling you now, in 6 or 8 months, she'll just be tapping on shit
Just
and
banging stuff.
like drinks to come out of them. Yeah, yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, like Zoe said, just so gentle with that.
And like her and when we first got her, she lived on a thing with loads of like, it was loads of like blokes that worked on the field and stuff, and she interacted mostly with men. So when she came here, she was like, she loved me, and JP was like, she hates me. She wants nothing to do with me. Type. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
This is about dogs. No, I'm joking. Yeah. And then when she started going to work with JP, now they're inseparable. Now it's like, you know, if me and JP are given the same command, it's no question she'll go to JP every time. When JP's out, she sulks. When I'm out, she's not fussed. But yeah, so like you can see her there, like she looks at JP, because again, it like JP's in charge, like with her. She knows what she's getting from her. She knows what she's doing. So yeah,
amazing. Right, I'll pop up the next video here. So we have her. We hear Todd in the background as well.
Yeah, I was thoroughly enjoying myself. Look at that finish. Total well. Yeah, so this is
Big key. Yeah,
just again, when we got her, she wasn't fussed about toys. She was like, in fact, there was times where she'd be scared of them. Just wouldn't go anywhere near them, and we were dead excited to like buy her toys and stuff, because she was a puppy and not interested. And out of nowhere, she went out the back and started playing with this frisbee. And then me dad got a like a little Christmas pack with a reindeer in that she hasn't torn a bit. Every other toy she's torn to bits. This reindeer has survived for like 3 or 4 years now. The ball she loves, like, she's going to be part of the shout, Mags. I'm telling you. Look, bang. See, 1-2 touch. But yeah, she so yeah, just out of nowhere started playing with toys, and it's just lovely. Like, it's just class to see that she's enjoying it. She very protective over her toys as well. Like when she's playing with them, like give a bit growl and that, and like that's something we've had to teach her, is she can't go for, like, every now and then if you come at her from like the wrong angle, she's really not happy about it. But yeah, she started playing with toys, and we chuffed, and like I say, that's a proper like the ball's quite big compared. It's not. It's one of the, like, it is literally like that big, but like compared to her, it's still a canny size. And she just, nice to see her playing with it, and nice to see her enjoying it.
So when you say she's quite protective of her toys, then, so what does she just growl then, or what does she do if you try and take it away? Or
so she'll make that noise, and kind of like that sort of like snacking noise. Again, JP's got more balls than I have, so she'll like go for it. Do you know what I mean? Like she tests her type thing, almost to like, not to get it to have it, but like so that she can learn not to have a go. If, do you know what I mean? So she'll like, we'll take the toy off her if she's going to be like horrible about it type thing, and then make her like sit and paw and give her it back slowly. But yeah, so she just like, when you go anywhere near her while she's got a toy, she'll like have a big growl and stuff. And she'll decide whether or not she wants you to play with it, because then sometimes she'll just want to chew it. Sometimes she'll just want to sit there and like pull it to bits or whatever. With the ball and stuff, she's not precious about it. When I don't know where the frisbee is, I don't know if the frisbee still exists. But when the frisbee was there, she wasn't protective over that. Yeah, so yeah, she's protective, but she would never attack anybody over them. Do you know what I mean? She just like, it's a warning.
Yeah,
just a warning, like it is with most dogs.
Like Holly says, she'll just draw the gun, and that's enough. That's unspoken.
Yeah, I just leave it to it.
Okay, so I'll pop in the next video here.
Again, it's just it's more toys. So there, that idea of she'll go away with it and take it away, and then when I go anywhere, then she's away with it again because she doesn't want me to kind of.
To be fair, though, it's very
But,
playful, like because she's doing the playbow and stuff like that. Eh? Like,
oh yeah, she like, and I think because she's got the toys and stuff, she's
Mhm.
in a good mood with it. She always will be. That like I say, that tail. And again, I like to point out, I know people would expect anyway, but we didn't dock a tail.
Mhm.
The people who had it before did. So yeah, because that tail, like I say, that tail. There was the thing about I read somewhere about a dog spraining its tail because it was wagging it so much. As I don't know,
Really?
maybe it was a just but like maybe it was just some Reddit post that somebody's making. I don't know, but like the fact that her tail is so active
Mhm.
constantly, I don't know how it happens because she is just like it's like that all the time.
Mhm. Well, I mean, they can break their tails. So that's what happened with Sophie. Obviously, that was a different than wagging it too much. But yeah, I mean, because docking these days, like, if they have been docked and they're from abroad, then the chances are you won't get them in here. Like, they won't accept them over the border because
Really?
yeah,
Mm.
because of that. So yeah, it's weird. It was such like a done thing. Like I know we had so before our five now we had Molly. It was very similar to you guys. Like it was my family pet, and then when I got with Zoe, we like sort of my mom and dad moved abroad to work, and we took on Molly, and she was a cocker spaniel and stuff. But she didn't have a dock tail. But then we had friends who have always had cocker spaniels, and all their tails were docked and stuff like that as well. It's just like it just for a family dog and stuff. It just doing it or for you to make a decision to do it. I just never got it. Like it just never.
I I still don't I don't understand it full stop. But
Yeah.
you know, like I said, like you say, it feels like the done thing. So like I imagine all the dogs on their word doc because like I said they had Mavis from birth, so
Mhm.
it was them that did it. So. But yeah,
Yeah.
I like to point that out to like, especially when I'm talking about it.
Mhm.
I don't want anyone to think that like that would be a decision we'd ever make.
Mhm.
And so that sort of goes without saying. But yeah,
Yeah.
I just
To be
I
honest,
like to say it anyway, just in case.
I don't know if there is any benefits to it or what or why it is a done thing. Like I'm just not clued up about it to know. I
No.
don't know if it's if it's a working dog thing or whatever. I genuinely have no idea. But to me, it seems like abuse. But
Yeah, it's cruel. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what why it was a done thing or is a done thing or what. But um yeah yeah. It's always where people think we docked Ryan. So Ryan, he was a genetic predisposition that he doesn't have a tail. His I think
All
both
right.
his mum and his dad didn't have tails as well. It's just a genetic thing you can pass down. So yeah, he's just got his wiggly butt as we call it. So his dad didn't
So
have it.
just ask us.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, like he's got there's like a little tiny. It's like how do you explain it? Have you ever seen someone who's had like a finger taken off or something like that? And they've just got a tiny
Yeah.
little thing there, and it does move like a little bit if like they were to move their hand.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
It's like
When
that.
yeah, when he gets excited. Yeah, it's a strange thing. Yeah, it's like a peach. Yeah, it's exactly a peach gang. Yeah,
Little peach.
yeah. So yeah, yeah. So that's all the videos and the pictures that you sent me about Mavis. Was there anything else you would tell us about her, or anything that you wanted to say, or what?
No, I think most of it was in the was why I sent the photos and the videos. Like I say, there was largely rhyme and reason. Best is that the
I
gun
think
one?
it is. Yeah,
I think
I'll pop it
that's what
on.
that'll
Yeah.
be.
2 seconds. Let me just see if this.
She's
Oh god.
like I've realised that I'm on here and like I've come upstairs to do this. So give us 2 seconds.
Right. I'll quickly play this clip then. This is the one that RQ is wanting to see. wait. I'll wait till Todd is okay. I don't want to miss out the best clip. I think he's getting told off.
Who, me?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no, I muted it. I thought you were gonna play it. I muted
yeah,
myself because I was like, oh JP, because we put the picture there. So I was like, oh, can you move the picture so Mavis can come up? So like she's here.
Right, I'll play a clip.
Yes.
Then we're sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Two good ones that she does is a high five. High five. Good girl. I know the pause there, ready to go, because she knows that largely. Wait, I'm explaining. Look, she knows what's coming next. No, sit, Mavis, sit. Right. She knows that now. This without the noise. Yeah, good girl. There we go. There you go. Good girl. Are you just a clever little sod there? Are you just a clever little thing? There we go. There we go.
Something else.
Like I say, that's all JP's work. Like she does, like she's trained her for that sort of stuff. But she's such a, like, she's come up, right? And I thought, oh, she'll like, because she has like, she'll be get excited and that. Like she's literally just like out. She's just come up and she's out. Mavis, come here. And no, she's not interested. She just wants to like chill out and lie on her back. But yeah, there's nothing else. Like it's just a case of like I say, I like people to know that, you know, you can go through the rescue process, and like charities like Dogs Trust and stuff, like a Desperate Greekies do amazing work. But like I just think I think there should be 1 year. I think there should be a full calendar year where people aren't allowed to buy dogs. I think we should like just stop it for a year, where people aren't going to breed them, and if you want a dog, you go and get one that's already around. I think that's the way that it should be. Because like I say, she was she wasn't in a dangerous position. She wasn't. Come here then. The people weren't being horrible to her.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? People weren't. I think she was neglected probably more than anything. But like it's not hard to find a dog that's right for you. Like she's perfect for us. Most placid, easy going. Yes, she's a nugget sometimes. Yes, she can like get in me feet every now and then. But like I wouldn't, we wouldn't change her. And I just think it's very easy to do that. Hey, come in here then.
Mm-hmm.
Come here.
And I think as well, the whole the term of rescue, I think can have negative connotations, but it doesn't necessarily mean problem dog.
No, and I think a lot of dogs. Sorry to just put the bed in the background. Like I say, I'm sat on the bed, but yeah, like a lot of dogs can have it like trained out of them, I suppose, or like once they understand that there is that affection there or whatever, that they can. They're dogs that will magic sleeping. Yeah, yes. See, and this is what I mean about the pause out. Yeah. Yeah, that any sort of issue, so like the thing with the food and stuff, where she was burying the food and all that kind of thing, gone. Like that's not an issue anymore. She doesn't do it. If there is a treat to be had, it's gone within seconds. Do you know what I mean? It disappears. Come on then. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's if there's a point of these kind of streams, which has been classed, by the way, and thank you for having me on. But like it's that people can see, it's not rescue dogs, like you said. There isn't that negative connotation with every single one, or there shouldn't be, at least. Yeah.
Perfect. Excellent. Well,
well, thank you for having us on, mate. I've really enjoyed it.
Thank you for being on. I appreciate it, and yeah, of course, thank you for sending all the pictures and videos over of Mavis, and yeah, I think we'll we'll let her chill out and leave her to chill. So yes, Colin, thank you so much for shouting out Todd. So if anyone isn't following Todd at GotRedOnYou, please go and give him a follow, where I'm sure there'll be some more. You'll see some more clips like the Mavis one, where she normally steals a show when Todd's too busy going on a tangent when he's meant to be playing something, and
Shy games.
Yeah.
When I do stream once every 3 years or something. Yeah.
Quality streams though. It's all about quality, not quantity.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Well, Todd, thank you so much for being on. I
No,
appreciate
man,
it,
thanks for having us on.
of course. And yeah, I'll let you go.
Cheers, mate. Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much.
Bye bye.
I'll catch you in chat. See you in a bit.
Right, so that is the one and only GotRedOnYou, Todorov, Mr. Allied Forces, and of course his wonderful Mavis. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go for a quick break, just a quick pee pee. I'm not going to pee like a dog, just to make you aware. But Collie, if you want to jump into the Discord and stuff just now, and when I come back, we can get going with Kia if you would like so, if you'd like to, sorry. And yeah, so I'll pop on some music and I will be right back. No, I won't pop music because it's going to be a clip show. Be right back. Oh, it was that Alaska, you fucking bastard. He just executed me. Little bastard.
Me as well. Ali, clip that. Ali, clip that.
No, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
And the title is Ali stream sniping.
What the fuck? That is stream sniping. I never thought it would be a big enough streamer to be stream sniped like that. Fucking hell.
Location secure.
Yeah, I'm cold. Zoom. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button again. Gabby. Is. Fuck me, guys. That is just. Fuck you, fucking man. Fuck your fat froggy arse. Fuck your fat froggy arse. And your stupid froggy lips. I'ma get you, motherfucker. I'm done. Fucking done. Does that count? 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 It doesn't count, does it? Because it kind of rolled. It didn't just go. Does that count? What we're saying? Does that count? Does that count? Does that count? What we're saying? Can that count? Please? Can that count? Are we saying that counts? Did it? Did that? Wait. This fucking game, man. This fucking game, man. Fucking game. It's not even funny, yeah. Oh. Hello. Oh my god, wait. There's two Scooby-Doos on screen, but it's just me.
Oh, what the hell?
Wait. It's just also needed to be amended. Wee. Now there's still two Scooby-Doos on
It's
screen.
So many Scoobies.
But Collie, welcome in.
Hello.
Chat, I was just saying to Collie just there that I will need to nip away just in a wee sec, just for like a couple of minutes, just as Zoe's doing all the dog stuff for the evening. So I will need to just quickly help her with that, but she'll let me know. So we're just gonna do a wee bit of just chatting. Firstly, so yeah, we can see that the Scooby costumes are different because yours is like a higher.
It's fucking. It's so heavy.
Is
It's
it?
like ridiculous. Yeah, honestly, it's like that's it drooping. It's like properly. I have to set it like far back, and then it looks ridiculous. So set it forward, but then it blocks half my vision. It's mental, man.
Yeah, because mine's just like a onesie basically, and this is like quite a comfy, cozy.
So is
hood.
mine. Like mine's just
Right.
a onesie, but like it's just got it's like a totem pole head rather than like a hood. It's got like the hood, and then like I can't remember if you ever remember on stream I would wear like Scooby Doo slippers.
Yeah.
Sometimes in the massive slippers. It's like one
It's
of
like
those
that
has
on
been,
your
like,
head.
sellotape to the top of it. It's fucking ridiculous.
Amazing. Yeah, Cuphead best game, Are you gonna play that again or what?
It's just the one. Yeah, I have to play it. So for when I did my stuff for
Yeah, of course.
the money, I'm gonna do like a 24-hour like difficult. I'm not gonna do 24 hours just a Cuphead.
Yeah.
I reckon I could, but I'm gonna do stuff like Alt F4,
Oh yeah.
Cuphead. Somebody suggested Fall Guys, and I was just like, it's not really a difficult game for me to do for long periods, to be honest.
Not a difficult game.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, I've done 24 hours
Oh,
of it before.
yeah.
So, like, what's the one that Condi did? Jump King, stuff like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Like, just games, and what's the one with the guy with the little pickaxe?
Getting
Over It.
That was called. Is it? Yeah.
It's Getting Over It, I think. Yeah, and he's in the little cauldron with the pickaxe.
Yeah. I remember watching.
Oh,
I think it was.
looks fucking tilting like fuck. Oh my
Yeah.
god, I'll lose my mind at that one. I think.
I think I watched Jacksepticeye playing that on YouTube like years ago. You know, when it like first came out and stuff.
Yeah. Oh my god.
What a wild game.
Yeah. So that's, but no, it's the one I use just like when you're like, Gabby, it is, and then you just go like back to you like full screen. You're like, guys, like that game is just, and you just like let out a massive sigh. It's so dramatic. Because like, it's like I rage at games, but I like constantly rage at games where it's like you don't so much. Like
It builds up
That's
inside
why
me.
it's so funny. It's more like a seething anger with you. It's not just me being like effing and jeffing and stuff like that. It's you. It's just like like you say, it just builds up the level, and then finally it's just like
Had enough. I'm done.
Gabby. It is. Oh god, yeah. FIFA Rage is different though, but Cuphead's just like it's just a defeat. It's just
Yeah.
guys. This game is just.
That's what it does, though, doesn't it?
So
It like it just
funny.
beats you
Oh, yeah.
down. Like it's just it's
Man, that fucking dragon.
yeah.
That dragon is. I hate it.
I can't
Super
believe
Meat Boy. I think I have one of them, Percy. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Super Meat Boy.
I can't believe Jamie actually did.
Fuck, that
Was it
stupid
12
kid.
hours of Cuphead? He did. Yeah.
You did what?
Was it 12 hours? He did a Cuphead, Jamie.
Yeah. I've done that as well.
Yeah.
But he did have you speaking in
Yeah.
his ear for the whole time. And that for me is the equivalent to fucking 48 hours on that game or something like that, man.
Well, for your
I
when
was
you do more
getting annoyed.
Cuphead, when you do more
was getting
Cuphead, I
annoyed.
could.
No, absolutely not. I'm not a fucking idiot. Like Stez and Jamie did that. Like fair play to them, but I'm not a fucking idiot. Like
You've heard my voice enough
No.
over however many years.
yeah, but they would just drive me fucking insane, man. Like I like just listen to music and stuff like that. So that's what keeps me going with it. I might find an audiobook or something like that, that I just want to listen to.
Harry Potter read by
It's
Stephen
true,
Fry.
Oh well, yeah, true.
Amazing.
But yeah, it's a special game.
Yeah.
But I love that clip stuff just opens up with Ali executing you as well.
I still like.
And it's all it came full circle because obviously I was playing Shipment today, and you're like, wait a second, I know this map.
Yes.
I was like, yeah, it's a slightly different iteration of it. Because the thing is, like, I think Shoot House in Modern Warfare, I think that was a remaster of a map or something like that. I don't think that was the first ever Shipment. Sorry, Shoot House and Shipment, which is the one with all the containers.
Yeah.
Like the tiny map, that's been on like so many CODs
Yeah.
before and stuff.
It's almost like it's like what COD's kind of known for, isn't it? Like that sort of like map, the one that's just like.
Yeah. It's a traditional like three lanes they call it, which is like
Yeah.
left, right, and middle, with like A and B flags. A, B, and C flags kind of deal.
Must be a nightmare playing that
Yeah.
that map for the flags one though.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It depends on who you come at. Like some of the lobbies today were ridiculous, but some of them are fine.
Aye, because was it one I saw? I think one of your last ones there was the guy who had like 54 kills or something like that. Someone your teammate.
Yeah, our
I think.
teammate had like 50 odd kills.
It's
I don't know how he did
ridiculous.
that.
That is actually ridiculous.
I was just, I said to the time to Rich, I was like, I don't think I've seen 54
yeah.
people.
That's crazy.
Evidently, because he was killing them all.
Yeah. So is that like still? Is there still SBMM issues with Modern Warfare?
Oh yeah, definitely. They've never officially discussed how they do it or anything like that.
Right.
A lot of it, like EA's got that patented one, which is like not engagement based matching, but it's the whole system where they'll feed you like bad lobbies.
Yeah. So you want to keep playing?
And then every fifth game they'll give you like a good team or whatever that you're with.
Yeah.
And you'll win just as you're away to quit.
Yeah.
It's all based around that.
Nightmare.
Oh, Zoe's ready.
Yeah. So it's ready. Do you want to just chat, or do you want me to go back to the back
I could
screen?
just
or-
chat. I could
Yeah.
just chat to Percy and Todd and whoever else. Yeah.
Perfect. Spot on. I'll be back ASAP.
Yeah. No
Thank you.
rush. Guys, I'm in charge now. Okay. But no, Todd, that was really nice to see so many photos and videos of Mavis. Obviously, we've got to know Mavis through your stream and stuff like that, but she's class. She's so good. And the clip that I got of you, hello, RQ. How are you getting on? Are you playing some COD? Yeah, like the one I just clicked, and our paws just appear at the side. That's so cute. She's very cute. Unlike my demon spawn that we're away to discuss for the next wee while. Oh, my phone's full. Yeah, well, I was getting on at Gabby, like, and Gabby had it all in hand, but I was just panicking because we needed to get stuff over to Massey. And then Gabby sent me like 60 photos and videos. So yeah, there's a lot that I sent on to Massey yesterday. Oh, did you not, Percy? Yeah, it's cute in the clip. Sat chilling at a pause appear on my face. Yeah, we tend to like hear Kia before we actually see her or she does anything. Just wander into a room and screech, which I think she was doing to Gabby like 10 minutes ago. Oh, and thanks on behalf of Massey and and Mrs. Massey, and the charities and all that, the charity that we're raising for and stuff like that. £400, a very substantial amount of money. So thank you, everyone. This community that we've built and stuff's very, very supportive when it comes to charitable causes. I know a lot of people have done charity streams and stuff like that, and whether it's people contributing £1 all the way up to like silly amounts and stuff like that, it's all for a good cause, and it shows that we all care about what other people in the community care about, if that makes sense. I keep having to push this back up because I can't see anything. Percy, I think you should dress up as Shaggy this evening for your stream, just in solidarity with me and Massey. Aye, very much so. Yeah, Todd. Obviously, you know that yourself through the fundraising for your theatre group and stuff like that, which is how I first got to properly know you outside of Skip to the End. Yeah, support the cause and the person. Yeah, like if it's important to them, then it's important to us, sort of thing. Shit, Dan's finished. Just sorting out tabs and stuff like that. Try and stretch over the pizza. Oh no, put the pizza hoodie on. Pizza hoodie is the best. Oh no, you're fine, Zoe. It's fine. I'm just saying that I'm in charge and stuff like that. You're all good. But yeah, so rescue dogs are obviously what we're going to be discussing this evening, and our experiences and stuff like that. Gabby will probably be in chat for all of it, like not correcting me, but like explaining more in detail, like points that I'll touch on and stuff. Because Gabby, works closely with the charity, very much like Ewan and Zoe and stuff like that. Like Zoe works tirelessly with the charity. Or charities, plural. It's on very nice. I was gonna wear my peach one actually during the day. I might wear it tomorrow. What was I wearing? Oh no, I was wearing my Reef hoodie. Oh, the see like the legit hoodies, Todd. They're very expensive, but they're really, really good quality. Like Gabby will vouch for that. So yeah, so here we go. So here's a nice breakdown of the command that Massey's done. So, food and care for a dog, £10 a week. Sterilisation, £50 per dog. Librella injection, £60 per dog per month. Flea, tick and wormer, £25 every 3 months. Leash prevention collar, £35. So the amount that's raised will go in support and all that, amongst various other things as well. Oh, they're on offer, Gabby. Cool. Are you wanting to get a second one? I don't know what design I would want if I wanted a second one. To be fair, I've got my Grogu one. Maybe? Okay, well, we can talk about it. We can talk about it after stream. Todd's tempted now. Well, Todd, while we're just chilling, I got a cool Big Lebowski poster that I know you'll appreciate. How cool is that? Definitely, Percy. If you've got any questions, feel free to obviously ask any of us. Like Massey, Zoe, me, Gabby, Todd. Celtic works a lot with the Irish Dogs Trust. I hit both his bulldogs are rescues as well. Celtic was going to be chatting with Massey tonight, but there's an imminent arrival in the Bulls household, so I believe he's otherwise engaged. Just completely understandable. But yes, Celtic does a lot of charitable work for the Irish Dogs Trust, which is great as well. Yeah, is that Matt Ferguson, Todd? I think so. It was from Mark. So. So funny, Percy. See that? It's when people share that the Macaw guy, the Macaw, do you know, the partner streamer, the retro streamer, share his version of that, and I'm just like, no, mine's is better. Mine's is animated. Although I think no, I don't think his is animated, or he might have made it animated now, but I do like it. I was very chuffed when I made that. Because there's just like there's so many options when it comes to like, you know, pop culture and meme ones and stuff like that. Because obviously you've got Macho Man and Batman and stuff like that as well. And Todd's gift ones from like the Cornetto trilogy. Oh, I've got a Cornetto trilogy one actually. Which I think is Vice Press as well. I think, did you get that one actually? Did you win that one or did you buy that one? Can't remember. Set of films ever made, yeah. Who's it? I was discussing it with Brian and Ryan yesterday when I was out for drinks with him. They were saying like, you know, how poor World's End was and stuff like that. I was like, nah, dude, it's just all three of the films are different, you know, in my opinion. Oh wait, Macaw's one was a pick at first, you mean? Has Massey left any music on, by the way, or is it just me talking? Ah, right, okay. Here he goes. Man himself. Star of the show.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh wait, that's Mavis. Hello, buddy. Welcome
Apologies.
back.
Thank you so much for taking over there.
No,
So
you're all right.
Daisy got a wee scare, so it took a bit longer than normal. So
Okay, everything okay?
yeah, it's just something fell, so she kind of poopied herself, but it's fine. All good.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So, yes, let's do this. So, Collie, thank you so much for joining me. Obviously, we've seen Mavis and Todd. Thank you, Percy. And now we're going to chat about yourself, Gabby, and your dog journey as well. So, Gabby or yourself sent over quite a few pictures and videos, which I really appreciate. So yeah, we're just gonna go through them and chat about them. So let me just see, this should come up. Do that. Don't know why it just randomly came up last time. I tried. There we go. Wait, that's so weird. I don't know. I don't know why it does that. Like, it's so strange. Let me try this. Photos. No. Okay. So yeah, I'll go back to the old way that I'm gonna have to go with. So that's fine. Right. So let's move this over here. Then I will do this. Sorry about this. That, and we will do that. Perfect. Right. So, yeah. Well, let's get started. Talk to us about Kia.
Yeah, so Kia is our Alaskan Malamute, not Siberian Husky, rescue. We got her in April. April 2019. So we've had her for 3.5 years now, just over 3.5 years. And she is going to be 11 in January, I believe. So she's a senior dog. Kind of bit of background was that when me and Gabby first met, one of the first conversations we had was about dogs and stuff. And Gabby said that she would always like an Alaskan Malamute. And at the time I was like, I don't know what that is. But she then explained, excuse me, that it's like a bigger husky, essentially. So they are very similar in features and stuff. And a bit of background about the breed is that, like, you know, way back in their origin is that the huskies are smaller and faster, so they would pull about like smaller sleds, whereas the malamutes, being more bigger and powerful, they'd be pulling around, you know, heavier sleds and stuff. But they were also given the secondary duty of when the men would go hunting and stuff like that, they were left in charge of protecting the women and children that were left at the camp and stuff like that. So this is only in the last, you know, maybe 50, 75 years that they've become semi-domesticated. And I'm sure we will talk on that, but, you know, many of the issues that stem, or many of the issues that they have, is due to the fact that they've not been domesticated for hundreds and hundreds of years, like, for example, Labradors or anything like that, you know? So way back when me and Gabby discussed, you know, dogs in general and stuff like that, she was like, oh, I'd love an Alaskan Malamute. And I was like, that's fine. Like, you know, and then years and years and years later, we got our own house. So I was like, right, yeah, that's fine. If we're getting our own house, then we can look into getting a dog. I think we should just rescue, though, like, rather than buy. So Gabby started investigating on Facebook, etc., like Facebook groups and stuff like that. And then she came across Saint Sled Dog Rescue, which is where we ended up getting Kia from. And it was touch and go. It was touch and go. I don't know if Gabby sent over, actually. I think they're all our videos and photos. But what happens on the Facebook group is that they advertise, you know, this dog needs fostered, this dog needs adopted, and they've all got their own posters and all that kind of stuff with their behaviours, etc., etc. And there was some videos of Kia being, you know, very dramatic and stuff like that. And there was one that she was out in the back garden of her foster. So it was a single woman that fostered Kia. So she's out in the back garden, and there's sirens going off, and Kia's in the back, you know, howling along with the sirens and stuff like that. And we just found it very funny. You could tell that she had a big personality through that. But we, like a lot of people, were very, you know, wary of the fact that she has guarding issues. She has dog aggression issues. She has human aggression issues. Many things wrong with her. So she was not to be an easy dog to deal with. So we weren't we loved Kia, but we were like, maybe that's not best for us. Who Gabby never had a dog before. Myself, as you know, but not everyone might know, that I had a Labrador growing up for 15 years, from when I was a baby until I was, you know, mid-teens. So that was my experience of having a dog. But then, you know, it's when we got Kia, it was like 12, 13 years after that. And then again, it was like my family's dog. So, you know, I didn't have the financial responsibility amongst other things. So we're like, maybe that's not the best idea for us. Let's try and maybe look into a younger dog who's maybe not got as many issues. So there was a young puppy who was 1 year old, called Boomer, and he was beautiful, very, very handsome boy. And he had like a little bit of issues in terms of just like, he was very, you know, energetic. And I think, was he a cross? I think he was a Husky Mal cross. But he was like full on, you know, being walked all the time, and like biting issues and stuff like that. Just as a young dog with big personality had. So what happened was that we were like, oh, we're interested in him, but he was being fostered, I think, down south somewhere, and a family in Liverpool wanted him. So because of the location, they got first dibs on him. And and it was like, I think at the time I was working up in Aberdeen and Gabby was down here, so I was on the phone with her and stuff like that. Kind of a bit gutted about that, but then we both kind of were like, no, we see this as like some sort of sign that we need to take Kia. And I'm sure Gabby can confirm, but I'm sure multiple people in Saints were very emotional when we went back to them and were like, we would like to take Kia, because a bit of background about Kia. So like I say, she was 7 when we got her. We don't know too much about her history. And like I said, we'll get on to all her behaviours and stuff like that, but we know that she was very mistreated growing up by multiple owners. She was beaten. She's got very big issues with her snout. She's got some scarring there and stuff. We know at least one person treated her as a guard dog. So she was chained up in I think it was a garage, like some sort of garage, or like some sort of, you know, yard or whatever. She was chained up there and fed like scraps and stuff. So very mistreated. Then she ended up with Saints, and like I say, she was with this lovely single woman who had 2 dogs of her own, but Kia was being fostered by her, and Kia being a very aggressive dog towards other dogs, both male and female. She was a handful. But then when we took her, I'm sure we'll get, like I say, I'll let you ask some more questions in a second. But yeah, that's kind of where me and Gabby started in terms of searching for a dog, deciding on it being a Malamute, and then it needing to be a rescue, and then we ended up with our bundle of joy that is Kia.
The star of the show that is Kia.
So yes, and in this, and in this photo, she's getting some sort of treat from Aunt Betty's. So yeah, she's just mid munch on that. You see the focus in her eyes, and she's just away to eat that in a 1 hour, I think.
So I mean, yeah, I mean, we can kind of get into the sort of like the sort of challenges that you have with her just now, if you want. Because I know you said there, obviously, there's quite a few bits and pieces that the aggression towards dogs, aggression towards potentially people, and like garden and stuff as well. So, I mean, what obviously that's a lot of stuff for you guys to take on. What kind of was before getting Kia? Did you kind of know all this, or to the extent of what it was, or how did you kind of make the choice and prepare for getting her in?
So Gabby had done a lot of breed research. So as part of the process of getting in with Saints was that they do a home check and they ask you various questions, like just common knowledge stuff. If you've researched the breed, even for like an hour or whatever. Because there's so Gabby works with the charity now and does home visits and stuff, and there's some amount of idiots that you get that have no idea. They're like, "Oh, I'd love a guard dog," and then Gabby's like, "Well, sled dogs aren't guard dogs, so unlucky, like better luck next time," sort of thing. So the day that we moved in the house, Gabby had already booked people to come around and build a 6-foot fence in our garden, because that's one of the requirements, because Mals and Huskies can clear a 6-foot fence if they want, but it's like a preventative thing. And as Gabby says, we only really knew about her being dog reactive and food garden, not the people aggression. So yeah, that was a surprise. But the thing with Kia was that because on the posters for some of the dogs, it's like, lived with other dogs before, no issues. Or like dog aggressive or whatever. So Kia was has to be an only dog, no other dogs allowed in the house, no children, no nothing like that. Just because of bite history, or not necessarily bite history with Kia, but just like any sort of guarding issues and stuff like that. If you've got small kids and Kia's getting fed or something like that, and they wander over near her, you don't know how she's going to react if they try and take stuff off of her. Which I swiftly learned the first day that we had her, very ignorant of me in hindsight. So Kia gets a raw diet, so we'd got raw food for her and stuff like that. And it's just like big mince blocks, essentially. So we put it in her bowl, and she immediately took the brick out and put it on the carpet. So I was like, no, like I want you to eat out of the bowl. So I went down to bend down to pick it up. And she like didn't snarl at me, but she growled, like she, like, you heard her get annoyed, and like her lip twitched a little bit, and I'm like, okay, no worries, like that is fine. We'll just know. So from then on, we feed her outside in the back garden now on the patio. But the trust is built up between certainly Gabby and Kia and me as well, that we can now move her bowl while she's eating. Mm-hmm. Similar to what Todd was saying with Mavis, you just have to, when we're approaching her, we just talk to her like, "Hey Kia, it's just nothing happening. I'm just gonna put," and she's fine, and she just stands back and lets us do it. Whereas if it was somebody she didn't know or anything like that, I wouldn't recommend doing that. And it's funny, like on that note, when so me and Gabby went down to Carlisle to pick her up, and instantly, like, we were down, crouched in her face, giving her cuddles and stuff like that. And now in a million years, we would not want anybody to do that beside her, because she would not be happy with that. So yeah, it's a learning process. It still is. But prior, like Gabby says, prior to getting her, we didn't really know too much apart from like dog aggression, which is fine. Did have another dog. Food garden, fine. We would learn how to deal with that. One of which is an easy way is you just chuck her out in the back garden when she needs fed, and that is it. Like, just leave her to feed and do her business and stuff like that, and then she comes back in when she's done. So that's the way that we deal with it. As we'll cover, another dog did get added to the house at one point, and that came with its own issues with feeding regimes, etc. So yeah, so like we did as much research as Gabby really did beforehand. So we kind of knew like the basics for the breed is like, you know, the stereotypical stuff is that when they're being walked, they pull a lot on the lead. So the way to combat that was that Gabby looked into getting a walking belt. So, you know, it's your center of gravity and stuff like that. You've got your hands free to deal with them as you need to and stuff like that. But thankfully, Kia, she pulls a little bit, but not half as much as other dogs do. And due to her being a bit older and she's got some arthritic issues, we don't have to walk her miles and miles and miles each day. That would be that would be bad for her to do that. So one thing that we had to do with her, which we've done over the 3.5 years, is we've got her down from near enough 40 kilos, 38 kilos at one point, all the way down to around the 30 mark now. And 30 to 31 is apparently her ideal kind of weight, because for a Mal, she's actually quite small in terms of height. She's quite a stumpy Mal. Okay. Whereas like normal Mals, full like grown Mals are like a bit taller than her. She's got like little stumpy legs.
That's amazing. So like in terms of like the people aggression side of it, then like how did you kind of, I know it might be a bit obviously tough to talk about, but how did you come across the fact that she has that kind of challenges with her?
So not long after we got her, maybe the weekend after we got her, Gabby will be able to say, my dad, I can't remember if it was my dad, my uncle, and my granddad, or just my dad came to visit. And he, as you do, like instinctively from when you're told when you're young, put your hand out for the dog to sniff. You know, that's just like what you do. That is not what you do with Kia. So as soon as he put his hand out towards her snout, was your dad? Okay. Well, you can maybe type out that story. I'll tell the story about my dad. But immediately, like her lip raised, and she was very like upset about that. So like now, like I'll go through the procedure with my dad now, but she was just very unsettled. And then my granddad, in all his infinite wisdom, pretended to stumble over it because there's baby gate now between the kitchen and the dining room. So he pretended to trip over it, and Kia was nearby lying down, and she freaked out and was very startled and like was panicky. So we had to put her outside because she was kicking off big time. But yeah, Gabby's dad as well. She was just very unsettled around males. You could tell that she wasn't very happy. And there's been various instances where she's just went for people like quite randomly. So yeah, like the one benefit of one reason that we took her as well is that we don't have too many visitors or anything like that. Well, as you know, you visited not long after we got her, and you could kind of see in person that she was a bit unsettled and not happy and stuff like that. And yeah, like my mate Oliver walked past her once and was just a bit too close to her when she was lying down, so she tried to go for the bottom of his leg. Same with Gabby's dad. She's nibbled Gabby's sister's arm before, which is very random, but it's weird, and you'll know this with dogs and people. Like, he is very vibe heavy with people, so if like they're all panicky and nervous around her, it makes her nervous, and it's just like it's compounded like tenfold on top of that. If she's uneasy, if you're uneasy, she's uneasy if you're uneasy, and then it just like it can go on from there. She growled at you, and she growled at you and stuff like that. She just, she's very, very, very wary of people. She likes her personal space and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, like when we walk her, we have to be, on all, like, a very alert at all times to see if there's dogs come in or if there's people come in. Like we live right beside a school, 2 schools, so you have to be wary of kids hanging about and stuff. And yeah, she bit Gabby's dad's leg as well, and yeah. So it's a lot, but thankfully we don't have very many visitors.
Yeah. So like in terms of like the walks and stuff like that, then does that? I know she doesn't, as you said, she doesn't really have to get walked that much because of the arthritis and that sort of thing. But do you guys have to then kind of plan out what time you're walking, where you sort of route you go and stuff? Does it get you know, do you have like a set route that you kind of do because you know that that's
Yeah, Gabby tends to walk you in like 90% of the time, 99% of the time. And there's a wee park, like a couple of wee parks near us. So Gabby will just take her out and walk around the houses, is how we call it, just around the estate. Just to let her stretch her legs and stuff like that. But most of the time, like if we're wanting her to get properly exercised and out of the house, we tend to rent like an hour or a half hour slot or whatever, an off lead field, because like when you and Todd were talking about lead stuff, like I say legally, but like your agreement when you take a Saint sled dog is that they're never off the lead unless it's in a secure field. Like they're not allowed to be, because not only because of Kia's issues and stuff like that, but because the breeds are very high. They've got very high prey drives in nature. So very similar to like when Todd was saying, like if Mavis gets a scent of anything, she's off. Kia could be very much the same if it was like a small like small dog or a cat or anything like that. Like she would be wanting to chase it down. Her instincts would kick in, so to speak. So yeah, we have to have her on the lead at all times. And we've had her on various leads. We've had her on like bungee leads. You know, had her on just normal leads. She's got I can't remember the name of it's not like a choke collar. I don't think that's the right term for it, but it's one of those ones that you just connect it to the collar and the ring on the collar, and then if she pulls on it, it tightens it around it for her. So
slip lead.
The more she pulls, the less she can breathe. So then she knows to just back off. Semi-slip collar, that's it, because they're very notorious for backing out of collars and harnesses and stuff like that as well. So if we're walking her on the collar, yeah, that's this semi-slip one, but we tend to walk her with a harness. Because one thing that we got for her early on as well was a dogmatic. I don't know if I think you must know what a dogmatic is. It's got various names. I think Dogmatic's the brand, but basically it's not a muzzle, but it goes around their snout and then it attaches to their collar or their harness or whatever. So if you pull Kia to one side or whatever, it turns her head.
Yeah.
It's not just on the harness, like on their chest. A Holty, yeah, I think that's the other brand name.
Yeah, right, sure. Yeah.
So it turns her head and stuff like that. So if we're really, really worried about her, and early on we never walked her without one. As we've got to know how to handle her, we don't need that much stuff. But if she's going on a walk with like another dog or anything like that, which doesn't happen very often, but she's fully kitted. We never walk her with a muzzle on though. The only time she wears a muzzle is when she goes to the vets.
Okay.
But yeah, we've got the dogmatic for her and stuff like that as well for when we're walking her. So yeah, it's a couple of planned routes, but they tend to be just, she just needs to stretch her legs and go out to do her business and stuff like that. But we tend to just like the most time that she gets outside is when we go to an off-lead field. Just let her, and she doesn't do much. Like there is various. I don't know if you want to take a minute to flick through some of the photos and videos because there's quite a few, but there's some of them in the big open fields and stuff like that. Like we took Karen 2 to 1 before as well. So that's Gabby taking her a walk to like a wind turbine farm kind of thing. Which Kia very much liked. So that's just one of her various harnesses that she's got on there. That one's not that full on. It's literally just like, I feel like a normal harness or whatever. She's got some that are like a bit more sturdier and stuff like that. But yeah.
So that's not like I'm assuming that's not that's not like the enclosed field then. That's like an open sort of like.
Yeah, that's just a walk. That's just a walk. Yeah. She's still got her lead on and stuff like that.
Perfect. That's what I was actually gonna ask if like she does much when she's out at the enclosed field or what.
Nah, she just plods about. Yeah. Like Gabby will take a ball or something like that. Kia likes like a squeaky ball in so much that she'll kill the squeaker and then that'll be it. And she normally does that within like half a minute of getting it, if not shorter. And you're just like, oh well, that was a quid well spent. She chews on them for a little while after, but yeah, she kills the squeaker and then that is literally it.
Amazing.
And funnily enough, so like earlier this year when Rich came to visit, Rich, me, Gabby, Kia, Shengus, Irene, and Autumn all went for a walk, and it was fucking horrendous rain. But it was at that turbine farm, so yeah, it's Gabby telling Rich that it can actually look nice because it was fucking horizontal sleety rain.
Really?
When we were there last time. Yeah.
Was it winter time? Like, was it?
Welcome to Scotland, Rich. No, it was fucking May or
Oh,
something.
was
like
it?
that. Like,
Yeah.
it's you know, it's the west coast down here and stuff like that. It can literally be all 4 seasons in a day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm kind of just gonna flick it because I know there's heaps of photos and videos, so I appreciate
just
that.
fire
But we'll
through
kind
it.
of
I can just comment a couple of things on each one if
absolutely.
there's anything worth saying.
Absolutely. So I guess it's still the win for him there, isn't it? It looks
Yeah,
massive,
Gabby
eh?
said- yeah, so that's just from the same walk, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
she looks very happy,
Yeah, absolutely.
if not slightly baked. So
so
this is her with, I think this is Magni. So that's one of Gabby's friends, dogs, who works closely with the charity, but she has 2 young mals, both of which she bought from a breeder in Norway or something, like Scandinavia.
Oh, wow.
So like they're like pedigree,
Yeah.
you know, like what's the thing that like what's the thing called again? Like when you can have the dog register and they've got like a stupid name, but they're like fancy. What's it called? A kennel club.
oh,
KC registered. Yeah, kennel club registered. So like that's like the cream of the crop. So they need all that. So Magni, was Magni English? Yeah. But Magni and his sister get shown, like, you know, they get
Wow.
shown, and Magni's been to crafts and stuff like that.
wow.
So he's beautiful. Like he is like the epitome of he models for Trespass. You know, Trespass. They do the rain jackets and stuff.
Yeah.
But Trespaws is their like pet brand. He models for them.
Oh, amazing. Wow.
And he's beautiful, but he's a tyrant. He's just like an absolute like pain in the ass as well. But
Because he'll probably have
him and his younger sister Revna. So Revna and Kia haven't met because they're both girls, and that's the thing with Mals. Like Huskies, you can have packs of them, and then they sort out their own pecking order and stuff like that. But Mals, it's very like same-sex aggressive. So boys don't like boys, girls don't like girls.
Oh.
And it's just a dominance thing. So, like I said, we'll get to Tuak as to why he kind of worked with Kia. But one of the main reasons that we tried it with Tuak was because Kia had met Magni before and she was going bananas, and he's not neutered because of being shown at crufts and stuff. He's not allowed to be neutered. So that's half the reason that Kia puts up with him, is that he's obviously putting out all these like hormones and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like Kia's neutered herself, or not neutered, whatever the female
Spayed.
equivalent is.
Spade.
So like there's spade, yeah. But there's obviously something there that drives her banana. So that's our young toy boyfriend essentially. And she's like Gabby. Like I don't think I was there the first time that they met, but subsequently, like me and Gabby went camping with a group of the folk from the charity, and all Kia did all weekend was just like pine after Magni. And then us as well, which she never does. She was just an absolute nightmare, but I think half of it was because that was the first time, was it, Gab? Ah, right, okay, I didn't realise. I thought they'd met before. But yeah, she was just going bananas and just crying after him all the time and stuff like that. It was pathetic. It's pathetic. But yeah, so that's just on a walk together. So Magni's he's a good boy, but he's a bit of a handful because he's like full on mal, and they're working dogs, like Gabby said. So they get mushed as well.
Oh, wow.
Gabby's friend goes on like a trike thing and they pull her and stuff like that on tracks, and then they get raced and stuff like that as well. So they're like proper working mals, whereas Kia's lazy.
So you said he's got a sister then? Is it like just the two of them,
So
or
he's
how
got a
does
sister,
yeah?
not like a. It's not the same family. Like it's not like the same mum or dad or that, I don't think. But they're both like pure mals and stuff like that. And yeah, Revna. So they got her a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, as a puppy, and she's quite small for a mal, but just enough, I think, to qualify for competition and stuff. But she's beautiful as well. I don't think we've got any photos of her or anything like that. But yeah, Magni's class, but Kia loves him.
So you said they're obviously about Huskies like being in a pack, that sort of thing, and Mals are kind of like it's the same sex aggression. So
they're more solitary.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is it kind of more like a soul sort of thing, or is it quite often that you have like a male and a female, like sort of like two in a sort of?
No, they're more solitary.
Right.
So like if you're wanting more than one as a pet though, you don't tend to get the same
Same sex.
sex because of issues like that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. Interesting.
So there's a couple. So there's the lady who did our home check. She had a female and a male, for example. They both passed away. So the boy, they were both old though, like older. They just passed away, I think, within 50 days of each other. They lost both of their mouths, which is really sad. But they were like the epitome of, or they were like the example, sorry, of like, you know, two mouths that were very big personalities, but coexisted pretty well.
Shame.
Yeah, sad.
Yeah, that's that kind of is in simple terms what Gabby's also put there. Huskies like other dogs and less fussed over humans. Mouths dislike other dogs and prefer humans.
Yeah, that's right.
I suppose that makes sense in terms of like
So
what you're saying.
that's kind of half the reason as to why Gabby wanted a Mal, because she wanted a dog that was like, you know, human driven or whatever, rather than huskies, which are very aloof.
Absolutely,
And they screech like fuck. Like,
oh really?
I've said to Gabby, I was like, I never want a husky. Like, they're just no, absolutely not.
Of course, with Saints Sled Dog Rescue, you have seen all sides of it, haven't you? With
yeah. And I'm even more set on I never want a husky.
But what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. There it was. It's gone. Sorry.
What's the next photo?
Yeah, we'll go. So where's this then? I think I've been there. I think with Orion.
Oh, I don't know. Gabby will be able to tell you exactly where it was.
Is that near? Is like Dundee way? Oh, near Edinburgh. Maybe not then. Pentland Hills? No, that's not. I'm sure.
Yeah, so this is where I think Magni might have been on this walk as well, or maybe it was a similar walk. But there's a term, maligator, when it comes to mals, and they love water, or like some of them love water and getting all muddy and mucky and stuff like that. So thankfully, Kia's not that bad. I think there's a couple of photos of her when she's a bit dubby and stuff like that. But Magni and Revna love like jumping in big puddles and stuff like that.
Amazing.
So this is Kia. I think she might have like paddled a little bit in that water or something like that. But Kia's not a very mucky pup.
Which is probably
unless it's fox poo. Unless it's fox poo, she loves rolling in fox poo.
I think all dogs love fox poo, don't they? It's like, yeah. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Bella, like,
because it was funny, like when I would used to take her to like the little park where there's quite a few foxes in the area. She didn't go in it. Okay, Gabby. But yeah, she was like rolling about in the grass, and I was like, oh, this is very funny. I was like, I don't know why she's doing that. And then I took her home, and Gabby was like, she's covered in fox shit. What have you done? And I'm like, oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah, it is horrendous smell.
She's like, go and not let her roll about again. I was like, okay.
Yeah, with fox poo, I know Bella likes to. She tries to roll in it, but like because she's a bit chunkier, she can't properly. So she kind of just like goes like that, like over the top of it for like 10 minutes. It's so hard to pull it away. Absolute nightmare. So next picture here. This at the enclosed field, I'm assuming.
So this is at one of the off-field places. Yeah, they've got like little tires they can climb through, or little wooden things. So you can kind of see there where, on our paws where she's went into some little muddy puddles, and she looks very chuffed with herself. But yeah, so this is just like, it's like your standard off-field, like it's all fenced off and stuff and secure. So she doesn't really do too much. Like I say, she'll chase a ball for a little bit or whatever. But she tends to just like patrol the perimeter and just walk about, or just like chill out in that. But it's just to allow her, if she wants to, like to run about and stuff like that. If she wants to just lie there for the half hour, that's fine as well. It's just time to give her a bit of freedom that's a bit more than the back garden being off the lead or out on a lead. So it's just a kind of a treat to see her naturally, I guess, as natural as we possibly could see her, which is off lead and stuff like that. And she just pleases herself. Like I say, she doesn't do too much, but I don't know how Gabby managed to convince her to get up there for a photo. She must have like put down a treat or something. But
I'm gonna say, like, if
she looks very happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Gosh. Right, pop the next one. So I'm guessing that's still at the enclosure, or
yeah. I think that's the same time. Yeah, as well. She's got mud all over her face as well. So fuck knows what she's been doing.
She'll do anything for treats, apparently. Amazing.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, she's very food orientated.
Mhm.
Like if we let her out in the garden or whatever for her food and stuff like that, and then what she tends to go down the side of the house for some reason, so you can't see her or anything like that. But if you take like one treat and you throw it on the laminate, she hears it like from in the garden and she's straight in. As soon as she hears like a treat on the laminate, she's like straight in. Like she's not going deaf for that anyway. She goes deaf when you shout at her for her name or anything like that. But then that's all the way back to the start there where we're talking about traits of mals and stuff like that. They don't have recall or anything like that. Like everything's on their terms, all that kind of stuff. Like they're not very easy trained, that's for sure.
Absolutely. So like when it comes to like, I know you said she's on a raw diet then, do you need to have like raw treats and stuff, or does she just eat any sort of treats, or what?
She can have normal treats, yeah. Right. She has like little cheese treats or anything like that, yeah. So when we go out or whatever, so that's another issue to talk on. Is like she's got massive, like really, really bad separation anxiety. Like, so when we go out, we used to give her like puzzles and stuff like that. Like, you know, you'd put like treats in little boxes and stuff like that, and she had to figure out how to get into them and all that kind of stuff to keep her mind orientated. Now we give her like a little UFO. It's like a little UFO thing that you put treats in, and she just batters that about the living room and the dining room and gets like treats that fall out of it. And we give her a licky mat as well of Primula cheese, which is, you know, one of those textured mats and stuff like that. And that's how it is. But COVID and working from home completely reset that. Like, and me being away from home sometimes and then working from home other times, and Gabby home every third week. It's just all over the place for her. She can't really get into a routine anymore, which is a shame. So whenever we do leave her, we've got Nest cams so we can look on it and you see her, like, she does eventually sleep for the majority of the day, but for the first, you know, sometimes 20 minutes, sometimes 2-3 hours, she's just padding about. She's unsettled. She howls for a little bit. Sometimes she'll do like a little accident, or not an accident, but like a little pee, like a little protest pee, as in like, how dare you leave me and all that kind of stuff. Like, honestly, like it's like a saucer size. It's not even like an intentional, I need the toilet. It's just like, oh, fuck you for going out and leaving me, you know? So yeah, so that's one of the major issues that we still deal with her, which it's really hard to kind of train her out of that or anything like that, unfortunately. It's just one of those things that we have to deal with now. Like we tend to. So yesterday, for example, we did something which we don't normally do very often, which is we only ever leave her once a day. Like sometimes we'll leave her for like 10 hours of the day, but we only do it once. We never come back home and go out again. But yesterday, Gabby finished work and I was out, came home, fed her, and then went out again. And she was like unsettled for the whole time that Gabby was out to the gym and stuff like that, because like twice in a day sort of thing isn't normal. So she was quite upset with that. Just not even upset, but just unsettled and stuff like that. So
yeah, absolutely.
We leave the radio on for her, and like I say, give her like the puzzles and stuff like that. But she still knows that you're not there.
Yeah, there's only so much you can kind of do, isn't there? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. Right, next picture here. So yeah, more of looking absolutely beautiful.
There's loads of just like, I think it's just like model photos. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's all out the back of our house, though. I think that's the dams.
Oh, okay.
Over the back of our house, there's a big reservoir and stuff. It's a really nice walk. That you can actually just walk there from our house.
Oh wow.
To there. So if Kia's feeling up for a bit of a longer walk of a couple of miles, that's where Gabby tends to take her, just locally.
Amazing. Looking very festive. Christmas hat on.
Yes, yeah. So this is Gabby. This is the dams again.
Yeah.
Gabby took her out one Christmas day, and yeah, she got her little Christmas hat on.
Amazing. So
I don't think that's the emote that I have, but I think that's just one of her Santa hats.
At this place, like the dams and stuff, obviously, we're talking about, you know, like having to potentially think about where you're walking and that sort of thing. Is there lots of other folk that yourself or Gabby sees at these places? Or
there can be, but it's quite like you can see for a while, like on the routes and stuff, on the paths and stuff. So, you know, for example, like right beside where Kia is there's a path.
Yeah.
So if there's a dog coming, like we can walk Kia off to the side.
Yeah.
And just hope that the dog that's coming or the people that are coming are just going to walk past her. Dealt with quite a few like off lead dogs and stuff like that there. And if they're in like within, you know, God knows how many feet of Kia, like she'll start kicking off. But some of them will come up right up to her, and she's going bananas. Like, and I'm having to stand between her and the dog and manhandle her to try and like turn her away. And you get like you get the typical, oh, she's fine, like my dog's fine with dogs, and I was like, my dog isn't, mate. And I just like I've said to people, like, you know, if your dog comes any closer, like she will go for it, or I will kick your dog or something like that, like, because I'm not wanting. Because like in one way I'd be like, well, I can just let Kia do what she'll do instinctively if that dog comes close to it. But then I'm just like, yeah, but what if Kia like kills that dog or does something to that dog and then Kia gets put down for it? Like, that's just not on. So it's really unfair. And you and Todd talked about it, but like Kia's so reactive and so strong and stuff like that. If she's wanting to do something, like me and Gabby can handle her like physically or whatever, but she's just very, very strong and stuff like that. So it can be tough, and that's where the walking belt comes in handy, because she's attached to you and you can use both hands to deal with her. Whereas if you're on a lead, you're panicking about letting go of the lead, so you've only got the one hand and stuff. So, you know, you can put two hands on the lead, you can pick her up by the harness, all that kind of stuff, and then turn her away in that. So that's why the walking lead's like an absolute godsend when it comes to dealing with that. But thankfully it's few and far between, and Gabby does a great job of walking her or like foreseeing, you know, where people could be or where people are coming from a mile away, any dogs off lead and all that kind of stuff. Because like there have been times where we've been on walks and stuff like that, like, and we've just turned around halfway because there's too many dogs and just been like, look, sorry, like, you know, it's busier than we expected, or it's just too much to have to like walk off the path every 10 feet because people have got their dogs off the lead and stuff like that. It's just not fair on Kia, because it's just stressing out Kia as well. She doesn't want to be all, you know, agitated and heightened and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's just her just being her, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Gosh. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, and like Todd said as well, there, like, he'd rather be in trouble than Mavis. I think you're absolutely spot on with that. Like, if you get ticked off for having to physically move someone else's dog, then you'd rather that than, as you say, worse come to worse happen, and, you know, Kia get
exactly. That would be like, so that's it was the lady who did the home check, like, she's from the same area as us. She was telling us like horror stories of like mals getting on fields, farms and stuff like that. And there was a local farm that like somebody got their mal shot in front of them by the farmer because it was like, you know, legally his land and stuff like that. So stuff like that, like, is just always on my mind whenever I'm out with Kia, just to be like 100% like secure with her all the time and aware of what's happening and stuff.
Absolutely.
Because like normally, like, I'd love to just go for a walk and put on headphones and just tootle about, but I just don't feel comfortable doing that, because you want to listen out for everything and you want to, you know, be on guard at all times. It's it's stressful in a way to walk her. And that's not her fault or anything.
No.
Like that. It's all how other people are and all that kind of stuff. You know.
Absolutely. Gosh, yeah. Right, next photo here. So, yeah, I think we're at the model part of the photos now, aren't we?
Fucking hell, I think, honestly, Gabby like says she's got like 6,000 photos of Kia.
Really?
Half of them are just her posting like this, I think. She's a bit soggy. She's a bit of a soggy doggy there.
Yeah.
This is the one with Magni, right? Okay.
Right, okay. I'll kind of just pop through these ones. God, that's obviously
this one. Oh, so yeah, this is her mid catching a treat.
sorry,
yeah.
I'm not sharing
that's
my
full,
my
that's
thing
full
to you,
teeth
am I?
out.
I'm so sorry.
That's full teeth
you
out.
were sort
as
of
in, like,
forgetting 2 seconds.
Sorry, mate.
I forgot I wasn't sharing my thing with you.
Oh, that's okay. I was watching it on stream, mate. You're right.
I can share it. I think I did the same with Todd, actually. I
Okay.
can share it. Right.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool.
You see that now, yeah?
Stream. Okay, cool.
Uh,
Oh, wait, the stream has ended, it says.
wait, what?
Not the Discord sharing.
Share that. Okay, it's not working.
Sorry, mate. It just takes me a couple of seconds to see
Okay. Are you sure? Sorry,
whatever's on stream.
I
Mate,
don't
that's
know
all.
why.
Yeah. Honestly, it's fine. That's what I've been doing so far.
Okay.
I thought that's just the way that we were doing it. So you're all good.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the full teeth out away to catch a treat. Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
So
God.
imagine that,
Perfect.
like, with no treat going towards your leg. Like that's what can happen if we're not wary with what Kia is. So like when whenever my dad comes round. So I'll just quickly on that. I'll digress quickly to how my dad comes down now, because she tolerates my dad now. So what happens now is, like, my dad will come in. He won't look at her. He won't look at her. He has his hands out his pockets down by his legs. She comes in and she sniffs his hands and stuff like that, because she still wants to do that, but don't ever put your hand out to her. So he's just like hands loose down, and never look at her in the eye. So she does that. So you kind of, I don't know if you can really remember the setup of my house, but you just come in the door and then the living room's like on the left. So she'll do that, and then she'll toodle back into the living room, and then my dad will come in and he'll sit down, and she'll like either come over to him immediately, or sometimes just like leave him alone for a little bit. But then she'll come over and he'll be sitting, and don't look at her in the eye. And she's like this to him the whole time. She's just like dead eyeing him the whole time, as in like, I fucking dare you to look at me. Because as soon as he looks at her, her lip would like twitch and stuff like that, and she'd be like really grumpy. Oh yeah, it's a pecking order thing. She's like, this is my house, you know, who are you to come in? So then, like, she'll eventually be like, oh, I want attention now. So she'll go over to him and she'll start like nuzzling his hand, like on his knee or whatever. And then he'll pet her, but you pet her on the back of the head all the way to like behind her eyes, back of the head, petting her, never in front of her eyes. Because as soon as like you go in front of her eyes, anywhere near her snout, like that's bad times.
Yeah.
So yeah, he just pets her back. Oh my goodness.
I know.
I'll let you speak for a second.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you so much for the £20 donation, mate. Mwah. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that.
You get one from me as well.
Yeah. Wow. You should be keeping your money, because you're going to be needing it with Wee Man.
Dad, Jamie.
Yeah. He's been sending me.
Congratulations, Jamie. I don't think we've had a chance to congratulate you like in person or whatever. So congrats.
He's been sending me.
I hope you and the family are good.
He's been sending me pictures of him breastfeeding.
Has he?
Yep.
God, I'm just about to move off this topic now.
Okay, fair enough. I can't even put it on the stream because it'll have nipples. So
yeah, let's not do that.
Let's not do that. Save everyone as well. But no, Jamie, thank you so much, man. You know how much I appreciate it. We're at 420.69 now.
420, blaze it. Absolute meme number.
Yep.
I think to be honest, that should be the target. I think you should just shave your head and eyebrows and all sorts now.
No.
Live on stream. Let's do it. No, wait, let's go.
No, definitely not.
So yeah, so like that's kind of like how she is now with him, but then like after that, she's fine. Like as long as it's all on her terms, it's all when she, like, if my dad wants attention off her, she has to come to him. It's never it's never like if she's lying down on the other side of the room and he wants to cuddle her, like you just can't do that. It has to be always her that comes over.
Right. Okay.
Like me and Gabby can go over to her and stuff like that, but like my dad and that, it's always on her terms. And yeah, so that was a couple of times, and that's what we're doing, and it was fine. And then, I mean, I can't remember if it was the last time my dad was here, like one of the recent times that he was here, we were all sitting eating our dinner, and then Kia started getting like really antsy, and then she started like really like trying to like go for my dad and stuff like that. And what we figured out was that because there was food, she wasn't getting food, but he was getting food. She seen that as like, oh wait, why is he like, he's above me now? And she didn't like that, so she got aggressive towards him because of that. Not so much like a resource guarding thing, not so much like a human aggression thing, purely like a pecking order thing. Right. Like in the house, and I've got no issue with it. Like it's Gabby, Kia, me, and then guests and stuff like that. Like that's how the pecking order works. Like Kia respects me enough and stuff like that, but she doesn't see herself below me as much, as she does with Gabby. Like Gabby is the alpha, which kind of, so again, like, so it was males that abused Kia. It seems to be a big thing that she doesn't like bald males as well. Like my dad, Gabby's dad, my granddad, all bald, doesn't like them.
I wore a hat when I saw
or
her.
like has had issues with them. You growled at you as well, but I don't think you were bald at the time.
I wore a hat. I wore a hat just in case.
You wore a hat, right? Okay. Oh god, who is it? Oh, I think it's Kieran's dog. One of Kieran's dogs doesn't like you if you wear a hat.
Oh, really?
Was it Kieran's dog? There was a dog recently that no, I know it is. It's my uncle's dog, and my sister's boyfriend wore a hat, and it's a lab puppy. Like they've had it since a puppy, but it just freaked out that he was wearing a hat. Like
wow.
yeah, it was weird. That's exactly what it was. It wasn't me. It was him. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So we're still learning with Kia, like 3.5 years down the line, what triggers are and stuff like that, and we're just always so like whenever my dad comes or anyone comes to visit now, it's like she's in her harness. All that kind of stuff, just so in case we need to manhandle her, like out the back door or anything like that. Like she doesn't really like lying about in her harness, but she gets settled into it quick enough. And it's just a pure like safety thing because I'm sure we can end up talking about it and stuff when we get to Tuak, but like me and Gabby have had to manhandle Kia, and when she was like going for Tuak, she's bit both of us on separate occasions and stuff like that. So it's all a safety thing, and it's all learning lessons and stuff like that still.
Absolutely. So it's funny because like the height.
I don't like that. That photo hair's freaking me out.
Well, just on that point, the hierarchy side of it, like it's really interesting that you talk about that because like I know like a lot of people think it's quite an outdated concept these days for like domesticated dogs, but like with likes of like I know you're saying about Kia being a Malamute and a Husky, which are still relatively not newly domesticated, isn't it? It seems like that's quite a big part of their
less than 100 years they've been domesticated as pets.
Yeah.
So like they've got so much to potentially breed out of them.
Yeah.
In terms of like behaviors and stuff like that. And that's not like when I'm like I'm generalizing breed wise, but you know. It's the same with lots of breeds. Like they do have specific traits and stuff like that. But like for example, Tuak never had a prey drive, and Tuak was such a docile dog and stuff like that. But he was kind of like an exception when it comes to that kind of stuff. Kia is very much, for the most part, a typical Mal in her behaviors and stuff like that. Like she's got like the abused side of things, so therefore the human aggression, which isn't totally normal for a Mal. But in terms of like other dogs, food aggression, all that, resource guarding and stuff like that, that's quite a common trait. And on the, so I know you were asking Todd about like how did JP learn stuff with Mavis and stuff. Gabby was out walking in one of the local parks once, and she was going back to the car park, and this guy was there with a German Shepherd off the lead. And he came over and was like, or he just said hi or whatever. And then he started asking questions about Kia. And Gabby was explaining like, oh, she's a rescue, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't like dogs, so just, keep your dog away sort of thing. And he like interacted with Kia for a little bit, and Gabby was like, warning him and stuff like that. And it turns out that he was a local dog trainer. And he was like, straight away, he was like, well, she's not a bad dog, or she's not aggressive to other dogs because she's scared or anything like that, or she wants to be alpha. He says she just doesn't know how to act. So like, and you might know this with your dogs, when they were young, they were never ingratiated with other dogs before, never socialized or anything like that. So he was like, she just doesn't know what to do with herself around other dogs. So for a while, like pre-COVID, he ran like a free class on a Sunday in the local park where people would go down with their dogs and stuff like that, and he would do like basic training and walking on the right side of them and all that kind of stuff. And Kia ended up being like the poster child for aggressive dogs in that. Wow. So if there was ever dogs acting up and stuff like that, he would be like, right, bring your dog over to Kia. And he would make the dog lie down and lie on its side, and Kia would, like, we would have Kia like really hold tightly, but she was going fucking ballistic. But he would like lie this dog down and push it over on its side and show, who was the boss and stuff like that, or where the pecking order was and stuff like that. But his like I've never seen a dog like his German Shepherd. It was the best trained dog I've ever seen in my life. And it was always like the referee when it was like Kia and another dog or two dogs. It was like the referee between it, and he was always like, "Oh, it's Alfie." It was Alfie. I think Gabby will confirm. But I think it was Alfie was the dog's name. And he's like, "Don't worry about Alfie, guys. Like Alfie's job is to be in the middle of this fight and stuff like that. If Alfie gets bit, that's just that's his job. That's what I've tasked him to do and stuff like that." It was amazing to watch. And this dog was like in amongst all these dogs and stuff like that with no lead or anything like that. But it was like, "Alfie, come here," and he was like there and stuff like that. It was amazing. It was really, really cool to see. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he trained it to poop and come back and get him and show him where the poop was. He would lead the guy to the poop and
That's
stuff
amazing.
like that. But yeah, so that's one of the ways we tried with Kia, and she made massive improvements. Unfortunately, due to COVID and that, they stopped. So she's kind of regressed a lot in her behavioural stuff with other dogs. But week to week, you could see a change in her when like. So basically, there was like an inside and outside circle was one of the activities, and the inside circle rotated round, and I just had their dogs like walk past all the other dogs and stuff like that, and like right at first, Kia was on edge with every dog, and then after a while, she was just chill and stuff like that, and but then there was one time that when we had Tuak, we took him, and Kia and Tuak had a complicated relationship, but anytime so like I say, Tuak didn't really care. He was very docile, dopey guy. But any dog that showed any sort of aggression towards him, Kia was going fucking ballistic. Like she was very much like, no, he's my brother. I must protect him, sort of thing. And so we never took him back because he didn't need the lessons. We only took him because we didn't want to leave him in the house. Yeah. But we ended up just leaving him in the house because it wasn't good for Kia. Yeah. Because the lessons were for Kia, you know.
Absolutely.
So a lot of that, like I say, with our separation, a lot of that's reset because of it. But what was the point of the story was that like she's not a bad dog, and like that's not really over. It kind of is a mal trait in terms of like being unsure of other dogs and stuff like that. But Kia's socialization with dogs was so underdeveloped when she was young that that's how she is as an adult. Is that she doesn't know how to act around dogs except, you know, fuck off or come near me and I'll bite you sort of thing, you know? She just doesn't know any better.
Yeah, she just knows like the extremes because that is what like works for her kind of thing.
Exactly. But yeah, this is Kia with a puppuccino. So for those that don't know what a puppuccino is, it's just whipped cream in a cup from Starbucks.
Is that what it is? I've never got one for our dogs or anything before.
It's literally just whipped cream. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Do you know they put on like a hot chocolate or whatever? It's just a cup of that, I think.
Right, okay.
I don't think it's anything fancy.
Yeah.
But Kia fucking loves it. I don't know if there's other photos ever with it or if it's the only one, but yeah, she's just like, she goes fucking bananas for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, one's free, yeah. That's just her prancing about, I think, in the off lead. Yeah.
I think what I'd actually like to do is to kind of, I'm looking at time and stuff like that, is actually talk more about Tuak as well. So I'm just going to flick through and see if I get a picture of Tuak and we talk about him, if that's all right,
Just whiz through them, yeah.
Is that Tuak?
So that's Tuak, yeah. Yeah. That's a couple of days before we gave him away. That was the last time. I think that was the last off field that we went to.
Oh, really?
I think that was the only time we took them both down off field. And he just plodded about like he was something else. He was just this big dopey guy. Honestly, he was funny though. Like, but like, there's definitely so the background about Tuak. Gabby can correct me if I'm wrong because sometimes I'll forget. But the background to him was that there was him, Kiara, and Gaia. So two females and him, and they were relinquished to Saints because this woman was going into a battered women's shelter because her partner was domestically violent towards her. Oh, did you send that, Gabby? Is that in here? We can maybe find that one in a second. But yeah, so what happened was that the partner liked Gaia, I believe. So Gaia, the female, was allowed to spend time in the house and do whatever and be a dog, whereas Kiara and Tuak lived in a bathroom for all their lives. Gosh. So they were all then relinquished. Gaia got adopted really quickly. Kiara actually got fostered by Magnes. Is this Kia just kicking off?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to find the video of them running.
We might. Yeah, but is it not that like the guy liked Gaia, so like Gaia was like to be normal or whatever? No. I know that the Gaia didn't like them, but anyway, they lived in a bathroom anyway. So, so Tuak was the last one in the kennel, and his poster said that he was incontinent. So I think that turned away a lot of people, you know, because they don't want a dog peeing every night, which is understandable. But he was also, so it turns out that the age that we thought he was actually a year older, I think. So I think when we got him, so we got him October 19, and then he got adopted July 2020. So I think, and then he passed at Christmas last year when he was 13, I think. So he was a very senior dog, so incontinence isn't like a surprise or whatever. But yeah, it was just one of those. So there was another story that I quickly digress. There was one of the mals that came into the charity, was scared of the dark. And like, for me to hear like a dog that's scared of the dark, it just makes you think like, what could somebody have done to a dog to make him scared of the dark and stuff like that. So Tuat was very similar to that. Like, so that dog was called Aryan, very questionable name, but he was called Aryan and stuff like that. And I would just get upset to Gabby, just being like, oh my god, like, you know, why can't we help all these other dogs and stuff like that? But Tuak was in a local kennel to us. He was, like I said, not neutered male. We knew that Kia could potentially get on with a non-neutered male. So we got them to meet one Friday afternoon, and I think there's videos of them later on. We can flick through and find more of them later. But Kia again was going fucking bananas and wanting to play with him, and they were doing like jumping up and like butting chests and stuff like that. And he was fascinated with Kia, like he didn't know what to do with himself. So Gabby was like, okay, we'll meet a few more times and then we can look into fostering him. And then what happened the following week was that there was a dog getting relinquished to the charity because it had eaten the guinea pig of the family, or killed it. I can't remember if he ate it or killed it. But this family, like, oh my god, we can't have this dog in the house. Our kids are terrified of it and stuff like that. So there was no space. He ate it, okay. There was no space in the kennels for him. So, like, we didn't know what to do or anything like that. So me and Gabby last minute were like, fuck, we'll take Tuak out now. He'll come home with us. That means there's a space for this guinea pig murder. And then from then on, he was with us for like I say, October to the July. So that's kind of the background of Tuak. And to the point of incontinence and stuff like that, he wasn't incontinent in so much that he was just highly, highly stressed when he was in the kennels because it's full of dogs barking all the time. He was quite a nervous dog by nature and stuff like that. So we never woke up and he'd peed all over the floor, like, you know, like pissed himself in his sleep. Sometimes he would have accidents because he was an older dog because he didn't like do the toilet when we let him out for his food or whatever. But we would never have woken up like and wet himself, which is what the poster was telling everyone that he was. The poster was like, that's what happened in the kennels though. They would go in to find his bed every morning wet. So they were only telling the truth. Yeah. But he wasn't incontinent. He was stressed. That's what it was. He was very, very stressed. So yeah, so we had him from October to the July. And yes, so yeah, that's the point that so like I said, the breeds, Huskies, Mals, I can't remember what dog that was or like what breed that was, might have been a cross. Massive, massive prey drive. So what that family got the dog, very young dog, then the kids got bored of it, so then they got a guinea pig, and then they let the dog and the guinea pig be in the same room or whatever, and it killed the guinea pig because that's what it does, you know what I mean? So yeah, they got the guinea pig after the dog, knowing that the dog was a sled dog with high prey drive, so yeah. R.I.P. the guinea pig, very sad, but that's just some of the stupid stories that you hear with families and stuff like that, like, folk just don't have no common sense or whatever. But anyway, is the next one the video that you were? Is that the one?
Oh no, sorry, I was just. Or
was that you just?
I was just trying to. Yeah, I was just trying to find.
So you could just flick through some more because there should be some of Tuak.
So is that Kia or Tuak?
That's Kia just running my ball. So bit of background about Tuak was that kind of similar to what you were saying earlier about the whole fostering, adopting thing. Me and Gabby just weren't sure financially if we could afford 2 senior dogs, because Kia's very expensive already for insurance, like well over £100 a month for insurance, and then everything that comes with that and stuff like that. So to support 2 senior dogs was we're worried, because we were getting help with the charity and stuff like that when it comes to Tuak. So this family down in London were interested in him. One thing was that they had a Shih Tzu already, so they were like worried about, oh, what's Tuak like with little dogs? And we were like, oh, well, we've not really had him around little dogs. Like, we don't have a little dog. But Gabby's brother has a little dog, so this is Gabby's brother's sausage dog. So we just said to Gabby's brother, oh, can we come and meet you with Tuak and the little sausage dog? So this is pretty much it. This is him just staring at the sausage dog, fascinated, and then he proceeded to get tired, so he lay down, and the sausage dog was sniffing him, and he just wasn't bothered in the slightest. Lilo was not a fan of him. She was very wary because he was a big dog, but he just couldn't give a shit. He just, and there was what was there, Gabby? What was it, a French bulldog? One of Gabby's brothers, like people that were in the flats as well and stuff like that, they had a bulldog that was a little French bulldog or whatever that was coming down and kicking off, and Tuak couldn't have given him like less of a shit if he tried.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, that's him. So he wasn't like, he was still like relatively small for a Mal. He's not like a full Mal, but he was a big fluffy boy, and you can kind of see the size difference between them. But yeah, he was fine with Lilo, and to all accounts, he was fine with his sister Lexi, the little Shih Tzu in London. So yeah, I don't know what the next one is.
Oh.
So that's me and him. So that's him for scale. That is me and him. That's him looking out the front window at God knows what. But yeah, just a big fat head. That's what it's big fat head and lots of fluff.
Sorry, is this you we're talking about, or?
Yeah, and then
Right, okay.
Tuak's the same.
And Tuak as well, yeah. He's obviously Gabby with the 2 of them.
Yeah, so that's Gabby with the 2 of them. Yeah, Kia looking very raging that Tuak's beside her mum, but yeah, like he was just so Kia's not so cuddly. Like, she likes some affection, but she's not a big cuddle monster. Whereas he was, like, where Kia was, like, it's a big corner sofa. So I would lie the length of that, like where Kia's head is and the pillows are. I would lie there, and Tuak would try and lie between the back of the sofa and me. He would just like lie in the burrow between me and the edge of the sofa, and he would just like beg for attention and stuff like that.
Amazing.
Yeah. So yeah.
So I know you kind of said that taking Tuak in with Kia kind of brought obviously challenge as well. Then how did that go, or what, did you have to make sort of thing?
So on you go. Ask the question.
I was just gonna say, did you have to make sort of like accountances like sort of adapt a bit to
so
that?
the only place that Kia prior to Tuak wasn't allowed in, like, ever, was like this room that I'm actually in right now, because it was the spare bedroom, so we didn't want fluff in here. And the kitchen, she was never allowed in the kitchen because one of her traits apparently is that she's a counter surfer. So if there was any food and stuff like that, she would try and get up for it. So there was a baby gate between the dining room and the kitchen, but then there was no other baby gates. So we would just shut doors. So during the day, Kia was only ever allowed in the living room and the dining room. And then she was shut out the rest of the house. But when we got Tuak, he got the living room and the dining room because he was a bit older. He could go up the stairs as easy. And then Kia got the front little porch bit, the stairs, our bedroom, and like the hallway and stuff like that. So that was one of the things was like during the day there was another baby gate. There was a baby gate between the living room and the front porch, and we closed the door. And I can't remember. I don't know if Gabby included any of it, but there was one day that Gabby checked the Nest camera and was like, "Scott," and I was like, "Yes." She was like, "There's 2 dogs in the living room." So none of us are in the house, and I'm just like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "The door's open, the baby gate is fallen over, and Kia and Tuak are in the same room as each other." And I'm just like, fuck. And I think I was on the way home, or Gabby was on the way home. We were home soon enough, and then we watched back on the camera. That's right, you were in St Andrews, and I was in Dumbarton. Yeah, that's right. So when you watch back on the camera, she manages to open the door and sees him, and then she jumps over the baby gate, and then her rear legs, in kicking herself over, kicked over the baby gate. And Tuak's sleeping at this point. He's just chilling. and then she jumps over and like he shits himself, like not literally. He did pee though because he panic peed. But she just came in, wandered around the dining room, and then fucked off again. So what we did after the fact was we didn't close the door. So what we think was that she could hear him
Snoring or
moving
whatever.
about and
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. And she didn't know what was happening or anything like that. So what we did was we kept the baby gate. We put the baby gate back up, and then we left the door open so they could see each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
At all times and stuff like that. So again, that's just like lessons. And then one of the other things was that like we'd normally feed Kia on the back porch, and then she would be allowed, like the back door would be open and she could come and go as she pleases for half an hour, or whatever. But because we had him, she would get fed first, Alpha. Then we would then have him inside in the living room, and we would be distracting him because we would shut the curtains so you couldn't see each other when she was eating. And then when she came in, we would distract him and stuff like that. And then she would come through, and then she would get put on the outside of the baby gate. So she'd be locked out of the living room and the dining room, which would shut the door on her. And either me or Gabby would would be over the other side. So she knew somebody was there. And then Tuak would get fed outside, like separately and secondly. So there were some times that we would like both go out, like I'd put them both out in the back garden, which is where the IKEA thing comes from. Put them both out in the back garden. He came in first, and there's like an archway between the dining room and the living room, and he stood like lengthways, and she came in from the garden and just seen him and seen red, and just fucking went for him. Like she had a hold of his ear, and he was very what's the word again? Like dominant, and what's the opposite of dominant?
Submissive.
So he was a very submissive male. So he instantly just like lies down, and she's like fucking gnawing at his ear and stuff like that. And so this is one of the times that she bit me a couple of placid or submissive, yeah. So I'm behind her. She's between my legs, going at him. He's lying like slanty ways. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to get like a wet mop between them to break them up. But I just like all I heard was her going mental and him like whining. So I went over the back of her head and like pulled open her jaws like that, and then she got me a couple of times on the arm, and then I like immediately just chucked her out, made sure he was fine, and she never like bit him, like in terms of like she never drew blood that time or anything like that, but like she fucking went for him, like, and it happened a couple other times. One time Gabby got badly bitten on the arm right before I was away on holiday to America, which I was fucking panicking about leaving her with both of them, but she managed great. Gabby was really good with them both. In terms of like, being able to, it's one of those things. It's kind of like similar to the walks. You just always have to plan ahead and think, where they're going to be and what they're doing and all that kind of stuff. But that happened a handful of times, like genuinely a handful of times, where there was another time that he was upstairs and she was upstairs. She was down the side of the bed. He blocked her, and she just immediately freaked out again and went for him and stuff like that. So a lot of it was like personal space, kind of Kia feeling trapped kind of deal. So yeah, I don't know if you want to flick through a couple more photos.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was your Twitter profile photo, wasn't it? Or
it's my TikTok and it's a few other things, but it's my favorite photo of me and him.
Cutie.
Just because he was properly just draped all over me.
Yeah, you can see like he's kind of like all his weight sort of on you, sort of thing.
Yeah. And this next photo of me and Gabby, that is when we first got Kia.
Oh wow.
That's us. The first day we ever got her down in Carlisle in the Asda car park. Yeah, she looks tiny there.
I was gonna say she looks really small.
Tiny. She looks tiny there. But yeah, that was when we got her.
Guess not.
No, Gabby, I don't think we need to see that. So this is naughty Kia. This, as you can see, is kind of sock shaped. It was the cardboard backing of a gingerbread cookie that Gabby's mum had got me for a present for Christmas. So I think this is what happened, was that Gabby's mum gave us our Christmas presents early, but then we put them in the spare room, like in a bag, like it was a big gift bag or it was wrapped or whatever. And Kia broke into that room and then proceeded to eat this whole gingerbread thing and have a very upset tummy for a little while. But yes, And yes, hello, Bagheera. Yes, so that is Kia getting in trouble and the guilty look.
Absolutely. Looking cute here.
This one. Yeah, that's her just sleeping on the swivel chair. Yeah. That's the best of times for Kia when she's sleeping. And yeah, that's her. Oh god, Gabby, you have to blur that out. You can't be showing that. That's TOS, surely.
Yeah.
Letting the floof out. But yeah, that's Kia just on her back. Yeah, yeah. That's it. Put the mouse there. Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Kia's favorite position. She does that at the front door, upside down like that. That's her again, just sleeping and chilling.
Chilling.
Living the life of luxury, but she deserves it, you know.
Absolutely.
That's the three of us. I think that might be not long after we. No, actually, it can't be because we've got our sofa for the first wee while. We didn't have a sofa,
Right.
so we just had like bundles of duvets on the floor with her. I don't particularly know what I'm doing. I think I'm making her turn around for the photo.
Oh right, okay. I was gonna say like hand.
She looks
under,
very,
yeah.
she looks very mad anyway.
Yeah. More photos of Kia and Gabby.
Yeah, I think a lot of them are just chilling. That's us at off lead together.
Ah, okay. And are you a Patriots
What's
fan? Is that what these are?
I am a Patriots fan. Yes, that was just after one of our various Super Bowl wins. Yes,
Right, okay, yeah.
I think that was my Facebook photo for a while. That one.
I think it was.
Might
Yeah.
still be.
Yeah.
So this is just not long after we got her, if not just when we got her. Had her out in the back garden, and again, like I wouldn't tell anybody to go anywhere near her when she's like this now. But yeah, that's me just rubbing her belly.
I think a lot of people see like that as a sign of like that is
Submission.
Yeah, submission, isn't it? But I'm assuming with Kia it's not then, is it? Or
it kind of is.
Right.
It kind of is. Like I think like she wouldn't want anybody else to do it to her because she would be seen as being beneath them.
Yeah.
So she wouldn't want to do that. Whereas like with me, she obviously. It's so weird. It's so weird. Like you know me well enough, and I think a lot of people do that. I don't believe in like fucking any like spiritual nonsense, but with Kia, it's so weird that the way that me and Gabby were with her, the way that she was with us, like it's as if she knew that was it for her. Because another thing that I didn't really mention was that when she was with her foster mum, she was adopted and returned multiple times because there was either dogs there already and she was food aggressive and they returned her immediately, amongst other issues and stuff like that. Whereas like with Kia, like when I said, like me and Gabby knew that when we were getting her there was going to be issues and stuff like that, and it was going to be a lot of hard work, but we knew at the time, and we still know now, that nothing could happen that we would give her up or anything like that, you know. And I genuinely, again, like I say, I don't really buy into any of that stuff, but I think she knew that as well, so she knew immediately that was her settled for the rest of her puff, you know.
I think some people don't actually realize how intuitive dogs are to, like, you know, almost things that we, you know, like we would even dream of being able to kind of tune into, like you say,
yeah,
you
that's
know,
it.
even like what I was saying with Todd, and like the fact that on a lead, if you are tense, the dog feels that through the lead sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly,
and
exactly. And it's exactly what I was saying earlier on about Kia being like a big vibe person. Like Gabby's sister and her boyfriend, or now husband, came round and they were both on edge. And it set Kia off like so easily. Like she'd never been that aggressive towards random people before. In so much that she just came in after eating her food and tried to bite Gabby's sister on the arm. Gosh. Not hard or anything like that, but just like beeline for her and just like nibbled her arm. She'd never done that before or since. It was bizarre, but they were both like really, really nervous around her. Yeah. Because there has to be a sense of like respect, but there also has to be a sense of confidence as well. Yeah. You know, like Gabby's brother, as much as it probably annoys Gabby and me from time to time, because he's always like, Kia, you know, I'm Kia's favorite, but she is really good with him. Like she is really, really good with him. And he's very like respectful to her in terms of, you know, he'll stand there and wait for her to come over and stuff like that. So, so yeah, she's like you say, dogs are very intuitive, and Kia's definitely one of those. Again, that's just not long after getting her. Her just like, you know, chilling. and our little watermelon. I think that's one of those ones that you can put in like cold water.
Yeah.
And then it's like soothing for them to eat, to bite or whatever when they're warm. That's her just being derpy, I think.
A puppuccino.
Yes. That is the puppuccino.
And
She
I'm
gets those
assuming,
as little treats sometimes.
is that on her nose?
That's yeah. She's obviously went nose deep into the cup there. She knocked it out of my hands and got over her nose. Yeah.
Fantastic. That is the two of them.
Yeah, that's the two of them. Yeah, it's the same night in the off lead. Yeah, he's just plodding about. I don't know what he's doing, and she looks absolutely chuffed. So yeah.
Oh, and now we're on to videos.
We're
let
on
me
the videos now.
just-
Nice. So this is Kia just having tantrums. Are you hearing double audio when I'm talking?
It will do in a wee sec. In fact, what we'll do. Give me two.
Because you'll want audio on these, but I'll just be quiet while you're.
No, it's fine. What I'll do is
playing them.
give me 2 seconds. The screen will go black, but I'll just open it up in a wee second again. I'm just going to sort out so we can hear it. Okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm like, don't stress, like, 'cause they're only short videos, so I can shut up for half a minute or whatever.
Right. That should be it now.
She's just capering, like, I don't
Yeah.
even know like what she's trying to achieve, but she just capers like that all the time. So that's like my side of the bed's on the left hand side and Gabby's is on the right, and it's just like, you know, poopy buttholes on the pillows all over the shop. Like, she doesn't care. But she'll do this like completely not prompted by anything or that.
Mhm.
Like Gabby's desk is in the bedroom, and Gabby will just be chilling, playing on her like PlayStation or like at her desk working and stuff like that. And then all you hear is from behind you, and you'll turn around and she's like upside down, kicking off pillows and under the duvet and stuff. She's a weirdo.
Oh yeah, here we go. Kicking off
What's the next video?
Just-
Oh yeah. So this is her digging and stuff like that. She's like upside down and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
It's funny because I know, like you obviously said, she's a senior dog, but she seems like such a
She
a
can be
pup there,
she
eh?
can be very puppy-like
Yeah.
in nature when it comes to that stuff. Yeah, definitely.
Amazing.
So that's like once we've watched some of the videos and stuff, I can touch on like what we've dealt with or what we deal with. This is her just jumping on Gabby, is it? Yeah. This is her just wanting kisses or attention, or I don't know what the fuck she's doing. But so yeah, just while we're watching it, so Kia, alongside having her like reducing her weight and stuff like that, through, you know, dieting and walking and stuff like that, she now gets acupuncture, for her back legs and her hips and stuff like that, and that can then graduate into laser treatment and hydrotherapy and all that kind of stuff, because that's Tuak was a lot further down that road when we got him, and also after the fact. What ends up, so sometimes Tuak, I mean, I don't like mind talking about this stuff because it's natural stuff at all, but sometimes Tuak, you would just be chilling with him or he'd be on the floor, and then all of a sudden, so one of the main benefits of raw food is that their poops are tiny. Like when they do a poop, for a big dog, it's tiny. Their poops are nothing. But sometimes he'd just be lying down sleeping, and then all of a sudden he's pooping, and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, like, could have let you out or whatever. And what we learned after we'd given him up, because the family in London that took him on were fucking minted, like nothing else. So they did all sorts of tests on him and stuff like that, and I can't remember the exact disease that he had, but essentially it was that he couldn't feel his back half quite a lot of the time. So he could walk and stuff like that, and he would trot about and stuff like that, but he couldn't. So sometimes he would just be like, oh my God, I'm doing the toilet. That's like legit, you know, what happened. Whereas we didn't know it at the time. We were just like, oh, for fuck's sake, he's just not told us that he needs the bathroom or anything like that. So that's kind of separate to Kia's arthritis issues, but that was the issues that he had, and he got like laser therapy, hydrotherapy, all that kind of stuff to deal with it. But at the moment, we're kind of lucky that the weight loss and the acupuncture for Kia seems to be really, really like working for her. It doesn't help the fact that she's got like a million and one soft beds, but sleeps on hard floors all the time.
So does she respond to the acupuncture
so
stuff then? Or
sorry, does she respond to it?
Mm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's great. She's sometimes a bit stiff, like the day of and the day after. But she's a lot less. She's on a lot less. Not necessarily pain, but like she's a lot more comfortable than she normally would be.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things was that Tuak would always sleep on the hard floor rather than soft beds, and what that was determined to be was that he found the cold floors soothing. We don't have carpets, so like he found it very soothing on his sore joints and stuff like that. And I think he has kind of the same. Even though we've got like memory foam beds and all that kind of stuff, she just prefers the cold, harder floor for her.
Mm-hmm.
Like I found her earlier on, and she was just in the bathroom on the floor, like sleeping. I was like, oh, okay, I guess. I don't know what's the next videos.
I was just going to say that the acupuncture is an interesting one because Orion's on acupuncture as well. So he's got acupuncture.
Yeah.
Him and Bella both get laser treatment, and Sophie's going to get it as well. And him and Bella both have the hydro as well.
Yeah.
And the
Did they respond well to them?
Yeah, really good. Like the acupuncture, we were told that like some dogs just don't respond to it. But it like takes a bit of time before you can actually tell if they are or not. And I always thought of acupuncture as like a almost a placebo sort of thing. Like, you know, it's just needles going in there.
Yeah.
But obviously it's
like
not
a spiritual medicine, like medicine kind of thing. Yeah. No.
But like the fact that dogs,
It's funny though. Is it? Sorry, on you go.
No, I was just gonna say it's funny. Like also with dogs, you can tell that it works, and the same with we use CBD oil with our dogs as well. And some people think that's kind of like a placebo, but it genuinely has helped them. So it's like they don't know it's not.
We've used that with Kia before as well, and she did respond well to it. We just never picked up again. She has like salmon oil sometimes in her food and stuff like that. Sometimes she gets like quite dry skin on her nose and that. So can't remember what the powder is that we give her, but just like supplements and stuff like that. Not like full on like medicine or drugs or whatever, but just supplements for certain deficiencies. Zinc, that's it. Yeah, she has a zinc deficiency sometimes, so we just give her like zinc powder and stuff like that. But yeah, so it's funny. So when she goes to the vet for the acupuncture, and you'll know this from your dogs, but because she's so fluffy and stuff like that, like the needles are like in her fur, so they have to be like they're big color coded things and stuff like that, and they have to like make sure however many they've put into her they find again, and sometimes like if Gab like she'll stand up and shake.
Oh.
Like halfway through the acupuncture and the needles will go flying and stuff. Is this her singing?
Is it?
And the thing is, you don't know what it's for. You don't know if she's wanting petted, if she's wanting fed, if she's wanting water, if she's wanting like anything, she's wanting out or anything like that. Like, see, half the time it's that she wants attention, but see where she's sat, that's like out with arm's reach. Just so that's what I was mean. Like everything's on her terms. Like she's like, no. Like I want attention, but you come to me. And yeah, so this is half the stuff that. Like if she appears during stream and I say hi to her, that's her. She's standing like just out with arm's reach for me, like wanting attention. Yeah, she's very sassy. She's very sassy.
Amazing.
What's the next one? This is her just like, this is her just attacking Gabby. That's the short one, is it? Yeah, it's just her jumping on Gabby, like springboarding onto her. Yeah. And imagine her like maybe 34, 35 kilos or whatever at this point. Like,
Jesus.
She's not very light on her feet anyway when it comes to that stuff.
Oh, in fact, there we go. Yeah,
it's funny that. This is an interesting one. Kia's a big humper of Gabby.
Oh,
Kia does rate a good hump of her mum for some reason. So yeah. And all I ever hear, like sometimes like if they're capering through the house or whatever, I'm through here. I'll hear like Gabby say Kia in a certain way, and it'll be like Kia, and it'll be because they're capering, and then all of a sudden she'll like mount Gabby, like you can see her half trying it there, and I always just laugh because she never tries it with me.
Well, so is
She
that
just loves humping
is that
her
like
mum,
a hierarchy sort of thing?
I
Then
don't know.
potentially, or-
I don't know what it is. I don't think Gabby knows what it is either. It's just weird. I was like, why are you doing that? And fuck knows, like, fuck knows.
Amazing.
Like I say, spade or anything, everything like that. Like,
Mhm.
I don't know. That's just another capering one, I think,
Yeah.
is it? A weirdo.
I will kind of skip through these a little bit because it's 10:30 now. So
Yeah, 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 yeah. I think
slow motion one.
I think it's a slow motion one. Yeah, I think she just catches the treat. Look at the focus.
But she doesn't catch a treat.
I can't remember if this. Yeah, she doesn't catch that one, does she? No. She's pretty rubbish when it comes to catching treats. Like, I don't know what the deal is.
This is the picture, isn't it? Oh, sorry, you haven't seen it yet. Of course, when it comes up, this is the picture. I think.
Yeah.
Of the, yeah.
Yeah. It's probably the same walk. Yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. That's where the screen grab's from.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah,
Yeah.
Go see videos frame by frame. So.
It's the focus. It's the focus. This is her licking Gabby.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. So that's one thing with being on raw food and stuff like that. Like, you know, like you get kisses from your dog and that. Don't like Kia giving me kisses and stuff like that because of the bacteria and stuff from the raw food.
Mhm.
So like sometimes she'll like, you know, lick your hand or whatever, and you just get used to going and washing your hands immediately.
Mhm.
Fuck knows what she's been doing. So yeah.
Is this,
So this is her with, I think this is Loki, is one of the dogs from the charity and stuff like that. And Kia's, like I say, an example dog for reactive dogs, all that kind of stuff. So this is what she was kind of like with Tuak, like bouncing about and stuff like that. But no aggression or anything like that, just interest, a bit of dominance, stuff like that.
it's really cool. Like,
Loki's fluffy.
so is that what you were saying about the chest bumping and stuff? Is that kind of what that is?
Yeah. It's kind of like a dominance kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. It's like playing, but also like
Bit
I don't
more.
think it's as much involved as, you know, when goats like butt heads,
Mhm.
but it's kind of a thing like that.
Right. Okay. It's really interesting to see.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
But I'm not.
It's the next one. I think this is her just. Oh no! I think this is Gabby goes like walkies or something like that,
Yeah, you heard walk.
and she just like zips. Yeah, she just zips down the. Yeah, look at her. Ooh, there we go. Yeah. So that's exactly what she's like when she hears the treats on the laminate from inside, from outside in the back garden. She's like, zoom, like I heard that a mile away. This is her just being playful, I think, in the loft lead, is it? Yeah. So she can get a bit of steam going, like.
Mhm.
She does get the zoomies from time to time.
Must be hard for it to stop though.
Oh yeah, a lot of momentum.
Yeah. Oh wow, in the snow.
Oh, that's at the dams, I think. Yeah, it must have been the dams when there was some snow. Yeah.
Do you see a different side to her when she's in the snow and stuff? Because it's obviously like they're.
Not particularly.
No?
Yeah, not particularly. Like she likes trampling about in it and stuff like that, but I don't think she's like a completely different character in it.
Mhm.
One thing that really sets her off weather-wise is rain.
Oh really?
Like, see if it's a rainy night and stuff like that. She's so weird. Like, Gabby never really experienced it until recently, but I've always told her, I was like, see when it's pouring rain and you take her out on a walk and it's nighttime and it's like dark and like obviously it's just like the street lights and the car lights and stuff like that. She's fucking weird, and she'll like try and like bounce, not jump in front of cars, but if a car drives past, she'll like try and like go for it and stuff like that. It's a very strange, like,
Yeah.
she gets to zoom his more on walks in the snow, yeah. But yeah, it's just like heavy rain and at night time. Just she's just weird. Like, I don't know what it is.
Gosh.
Yeah, full on snarled at a car the other week. Yeah.
Wow.
This is Gabby just coming home from work, I think. So this is her normal reception. Like, Mum, you've left me alone all day. I must be fed. Scratch the butt.
Yeah. It's always a go-to, in it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, scraping the fucking banister. Yeah, she likes doing that. So dramatic. This is me running. So that's the first time we ever seen him run.
Oh. And that was like
So,
last day you had it.
that was one of the last times I know.
Oh.
So even there, like, his tail's up a little bit,
Mhm.
but because so you can see him kind of trailing his legs a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's kind of to do with the back feeling and stuff like that. But his tail would always be like flat or down. Whereas Kia's is always
Up and about.
curled,
Yeah.
up and curled and stuff like that. So yeah.
Fuck you.
Aye, look at him go.
Oh.
Is there a few more videos, I think, maybe?
Oh.
It's just, so yeah. So I think this was yeah, oh my God, it's so fucking stupid. Because so I'm like lying, you can't see me, but I'm lying on the sofa. And I was like, what are you doing? And she just flicks that thing up and it lands in her head and I just burst out laughing. I think I had that as I think that during one of my charity things, I think that's what the video was.
Oh,
the
right.
GIF, when people donated and stuff like that, was that.
That's amazing. That's actually so good.
So that's like, that was like one of those, I think I had like a squeaker inside it and stuff, but it was empty at that point. So it's just like a sock, kind of like a little fox or whatever the fuck it was. And yeah, she flung it up and landed on her head. Like,
Amazing.
so fucking stupid.
Oh, this one. Yeah, that doesn't work. There we go.
Oh, what's that? Was the video broken, that one?
Yeah.
Oh, this is him speaking. This is one of the first times that he was speaking. I'll
Oh,
be
really?
quiet, but.
Quite softly spoken.
Yeah, but it's like, it's deep though. It's like
Yeah.
a deep.
Like
Because that's
Mongolian throat singing.
With Kia, like, it's like she's got a sore throat when she screams.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, Todd. Sometimes, like, if Kia's in a chatty mood and you speak to her, she'll howl back and forth like a conversation. But he didn't speak very much. But you can kind of half hear her in the background there because she's on the sofa howling. So I think he's howling in response to that and the fact that he's not getting cuddled when he wants. That's what he's wanting. He's wanting petted on the head there. So I think this is Kia, yeah. And it goes in her water bowl, the UFO. This is her coming down the stairs and being like, oh, that is unfortunate. She's like, oh, fuck, what am I supposed to do with this?
Very shot, like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Does she do trick shots as well, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. She must have been watching you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just him just doing peekaboo, is it?
Yeah.
He was just a goofball.
Yeah.
He was just a goofball.
That's amazing.
So this one's like probably the best Kia video in terms of like showing her speaking and stuff like that. So I'll be quiet. She looks absolutely chuffed after she's kicked the shit out of my pillow. Like,
That's insanely cute.
yeah, that's probably like if I was to show, if somebody was like, "I'll go just like show us the video that like sums up Kia," that's the video that sums up Kia. Like, she's just sassy and just fucking, yeah, just something else.
Amazing.
Yeah, it wasn't long after we had her. Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
I'm sure I'm through in the other room, like gaming or whatever and stuff like that, and she's, kicking the fuck out of my pillow. As in, like, Mum, when can we get rid of that guy and it could just be me and you? She's just having like a full on tantrum, and that's her. I think this is just her walking and rubbing herself against every leaf on the bush for some reason. Yeah, so that's for some reason, like the harness is half pulled over her. Yeah, that's what I was saying about her tail. You can see her tail there, and you'll see it in
like
all the
up
videos.
and...
That's what her tail's like constantly. But his 2-ax was flat, like it wasn't. He never raised it really unless he was doing a poo. I think this is very early in us having her, if not like just as we got her.
Oh, really?
Wouldn't suggest anyone do that to her now. Yeah, similar to what Todd was saying about like JP will test Mavis when it comes to like her resource gardens. I'm like that with Kia when she's on her back and stuff like that. Like because sometimes if you brush like from her head to her tail, she's fine, but if you go the other way, she doesn't really like it, and sometimes her lip will twitch at me and stuff like that. And she's not a big fan of if she's at the bottom of the bed and you like tickle her with your feet or anything like that. She's just not a big fan of that. So I think she's like been booted previously or whatever. But I'll be like that. I'll be like that to like I'll just be testing her to see if she would ever do anything to me.
Yeah.
So that's what I say to her as well. You'll do nothing. You'll do nothing. And it's probably a bit cruel, like, but yeah, I just wind her up. Gabby tells me off.
Good.
Yeah, rightfully so. So this is them too. This is their first meeting.
Wow.
So as you can see, he's just fascinated with her.
Yeah.
Like, he's not jumping about so much, but she is. He's just wanting to sniff her in the face. So I think like, is there? I don't know if this is the video, if there's a couple, but there's one right at the end. Like, she goes for him, and then we have to split them up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got Kia on a slip lead and on a normal lead.
Yeah, you can see her go at him just at the end there.
Yeah, right at the end. Yeah, so I think Gabby must have cropped out, but Gabby like 2 seconds later, okay, and then we like pull them apart a little bit. As you can see, like he's just wanting to sniff her and stuff like that. She's just like capering about and stuff. I'd never seen her like that with another dog.
No, it's really funny. Like, it's interesting. Sorry, that you said about her, the social kind of side of it, that she's the trainer said to yourselves, because that's the same with Ryan. Like, he hates it when a dog sniffs his face. Yes. Because he'd never had that socialization side of it as well.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny that like if they miss out on something in their formative years, it can
a knock-on effect.
It can set them like back forever.
Yeah.
Forever. Not necessarily like forever, because like I say, like with classes and stuff, Kia improved tenfold, but she's always going to have those issues, and the same with Orion. You just have to learn to deal with them.
Absolutely. I think the next one's actually the last one. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The next one. I think it's just our playing. So that actually is one of the only things that came with her.
Okay.
Which is like a little rope lion thing from her foster mums. So we've still got that somewhere downstairs. And that is my Kiwi lying on her Kiwi cooling mat. That's our nickname. Kiwi, wee wee, Kia, all sorts and stuff like that. But that's her, yeah.
Amazing.
And yeah, hopefully those photos and stories and stuff summed up her, and a little bit of 2-ax as well.
I think they very much did. Very much did. So yeah, so that is Kia. We obviously spoke a long time about a lot of different things. was there anything that you wanted to discuss that we didn't touch on, or
No, that was kind of like the all-encompassing story of why we have Kia and what we've went through with Kia and stuff like that, and Tuak as well. Yeah, that was. I think the reason for this was just wanting to kind of speak to me and Todd about our journeys with our rescues. Obviously, you and Zoe have went through yours and stuff like that as well.
And Gabby, if you obviously you're in chat, if you want to pop in about Saints as well, like their link or something, that'd be great as well. Because I'm doing it this month for Desperate Greekies, but I know you guys do heaps of stuff for Saints, and as you say, Gabby does the home checks and stuff with them, and I know she does a lot more as well. So
yeah, I think similar to Zoe, she's very involved in
exactly
the home
Perfect. Thanks,
check-in,
Gabby. Thanks.
and Gabby does quite a lot of admin for them and stuff like that as well.
Absolutely.
In terms of dealing with the relinquished dogs and stuff like that, and just taking dogs up and down the country as transporting them and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So don't get sled dog their dicks. Oh yeah, but anyway.
So that's sorry, just like I know Gabby's memeing there and stuff like that, but that's like half the reason why there's so many dogs like Kia and Tuak. Maybe not because of their age, but like there's so many people that see the likes of Game of Thrones or anything like that and see wolf dogs and be like, oh, they'd be cool to have, and then they're just so much more to handle than you expect, and then they get relinquished, and then we have to find homes for them and stuff like that. So it's one of those things, like it's so rewarding to have sled dogs and mals, and not just rescues, but just in general. But folk just have to realize how much work they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like if you're wanting a dog that's going to be easy and stuff like that, speaking from experience, like a Labrador is perfect. A lab is like a perfect dog, like smart, or can be smart. Some are dumb. But like just a well domesticated dog, good for your family, around kids and all that kind of stuff. Likes a decent amount of exercise. Labs don't have too many health issues. They can develop some health issues, but then so can so many dogs when it comes to their hips and their joints and their back and all that kind of stuff. But it's I think a lot of people just take on breeds that are a bit more complicated that just don't realize how much work they are and then give up on them. Really, get a retriever. Yeah, so just give up on them, unfortunately.
Yeah, and
because I remember even. Sorry.
I'm just saying it's horrible, like because even Molly was a rescue. We got Molly at 6 months after she was given up. I think the family that she was with before got a puppy and then got pregnant, and we're like, oh, we can't deal with dog. And we got Molly.
So silly. That's one of the questions that Gabby and me were asked when we got our first home check. Was like, what's your plans in terms of kids and stuff like that? Because if they're going to give us a dog, and if they were going to give us a young dog, then we have to plan, or we have to have a plan set in place for the next 10, 12 years or whatever. So that's another half the reason, or another reason that contributed to us getting Kia, was that she's not supposed to be around kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And me and Gabby don't have a plan on having kids, so that's why she was perfect for us, because we were kind of perfectly suited for her. Whereas like there's so many families that either want another dog or have another dog already, have kids or plan on having kids, all that kind of stuff. Whereas me and Gabby, it's just like, been a couple that have been together for a long, long time, no plan on kids, have our house, all that kind of stuff. So that's why Kia was perfect for us. Whereas there were so many people that, so that's why we moved on to Kia so quickly over Boomer the puppy, was because there was dozens of people applying to have Boomer because he was a 1-year-old puppy. Whereas we were just like, nah, we'll take the dog that
needs it.
Nobody wants, and yeah, it's the best thing I've ever done in my life, is adopting her and fostering Tuak by far.
Amazing. Well, on that note, I just want to thank you for obviously spending time and going through this with me, and of course, thank you as well, Gabby, for sending all those bits and pieces across and stuff. It's almost 11 o'clock, so I'm gonna kind of end the stuff there. What I'll do is, Collie, I'll let yourself go, and then I'll kind of finish up and stuff. But again,
you wrap up stream it. But
thank
congratulations
you so much
on all the money raised, and guys, make sure if you can spare anything, please continue to donate to make Massey go completely bald. But thank you, mate. I really appreciate you, and I'll speak to you in a bit.
No worries. Cheers, Colin. Thanks. Well, yes. That is us for the evening. I'm speaking a bit quieter because Zoe and the dogs are sleeping. But yeah, I was kind of wanted to do what heaps of stuff about my dogs I was gonna do. But obviously we don't.
Oh, you're joking me.
We don't. Obviously we don't have time for that. So I think what we'll even do is we'll do a just chat and stream like next week, and we'll go through my dogs. Yeah, Bark too. Exactly. So we'll do that. When we'll do it Tuesday. We'll do it Tuesday night, 7 p.m. So Tuesday at 7 p.m. Because the yes, Collie, thanks so much. Exclamation mark donate. The donation is going to be open all November, and so you can click the link, you can scan the QR code, if you want to donate, and yeah, everything from Twitch, so subs, bits, all that is just going to go straight to the pot as well for Desperate Greekies. So yeah, if you can spare, I really appreciate it. If you can't, that's absolutely fine. But if you can't, if you could go and follow some of the Desperate Greekies links, either Instagram, TikTok, that would be fantastic. Just want to get the word out there if possible. So that'd be fantastic. Thank you so much. Right, well, that is going to be us for the evening. Oh my goodness, Ollie. Wait, what does that make it? 47969. Collie, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. You really didn't have to, dude. Thank you, Hasbro. You really didn't have to, but I really appreciate it. So yeah, so we're gonna go and we're gonna head off for the evening. Massive thank you to everyone who came over. Obviously, Collie firstly with the raid, thank you so much. Aries with a follow, Jimbo with the resub, and then we had Timmy. We had what was 469? Of course, it is 69. Amazing. So we had Timmy, Percy, Jamie, Snez, and now of course Collie. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it, guys. So we're gonna go and do a quick raid. I see Adam is live, so we'll the 69% as well. I'll need to change it now. We'll go and raid Adam, because he is live and he is a lovely guy. But guys, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Of course, thank you so much for Todd. So shout out, GotRedOnYou, and thank you so much, Collie, for taking your time out your busy schedules, to go through that with me. It was lovely to chat to you guys, and I know you guys have the same sort of passion as dogs, for dogs that I do as well. Of course, thank you so much to Gabby as well, for all the bits and pieces for Kia's. But yeah, that is us for the evening. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you all on Tuesday night, so the 22nd, about 7 p.m. We'll do Clip That Bark 2, but it'll just be about my dogs. So we'll kind of chat through that. If other people want to come on, if you got pictures of videos of your own dogs, fire them across to me on Twitter, on Discord, whatever, and I'll be sure to show them off as well, because I would love to do that. But guys, thank you so much, and we'll go raid Adam, say hello to him. I'm gonna go to bed. Night.